Hello, hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of Night Quest with Doodle and CMoney. I am CMoney, and I'm joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Tuesday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed.
What a night.
What a night indeed. Are we
What a beautiful night.
You know, are we hearing an echo?
Are we? I mean, I have
Yeah, it sounds like TV.
Oh.
Music. Anime. Konnichiwa. Cars. Condo. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Oh, you can't make this shit up.
You can't.
It's like they're going backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, we figured out the future of PlayStation. Obviously, the future of Xbox is games and more games, right?
Facts.
We figured it out yesterday, you guys. So no more years of play. No more.
No more years of play.
Mm-mm.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing for them. Now, as you can see, guys, we're not alone.
That's right.
No. It's Tuesday night. Woo. And, you know, it's supposed to be next week, but he had some free time, so he went ahead and said, fuck it, we'll do this week too. Our boy. Oh, man, there really is an echo, though. That's some pony shit. You know what I'm saying? I'll introduce him and I'll fix the echo. But is our boy making his New Year's return, right?
Yes.
So it's boom. First time after the new year.
Mm-hmm.
Our boy, Fuzzy motherfucking Belvedere. Happy New Year, brother. Thank you for
Happy
being
New Year.
Happy New Year. Glad to be here with you guys. Man. Yeah, they always talked about that second secret showcase, but turns out it's all about movies and not games. Yeah, we willing to talk about that. And man, I think the Xbox handheld has a roadmap or a blueprint now that Steam Deck is going to be, or Steam OS is going to be on other devices. So I can see that handheld doing the same thing with like ROG allies on top of the Xbox handheld. But so glad to be here with you guys. A lot to talk about.
So happy that you're here, Fussy. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, man.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, thank you for coming, man. It's fun times. Man, we do there's so much to talk about. It's crazy. But of course, you see them here. That's right. It's our other homie. Our homie's here live in the building right after New Year. Our boy, Pharaoh motherfucking Bizarre. Welcome, man. Thank you for being here, bro.
Yes, for sure.
Bars. Killing it. Got that meeting, Mike.
Calm down. Can I get a word in? Can I just get a word in?
He said he had mic issues leading into it.
Oh, okay.
So
well, this was a setup, CMoney.
I assumed that the return that the mic issue was fixed, but it's not. That's okay. It's our boy Pharaoh. Once he can talk, we'll get it in for sure. He says I can't hear even after the audio test.
Oh,
so I can't hear. They're taking us down. Gotcha. Just saw this. It's okay. Good. Fix. All right, there we go. All right, well, Pharaoh will be live shortly, assuming. I know the echoes. I know. What's happening right now? Why is there echoes? It's a good question. See, we had long line of echoless problems. You know what I'm saying? There was no echoes. Everything was great. And then we got fancy. You know what I'm saying? We got fancy, got the soundboard to do things. And then it just went crazy. But I feel like, is it under control? Maybe? I feel like it's under control. We'll see.
Keep us posted, you guys.
Yeah,
Be nice says that there's an echo.
Echo.
Oh, but wait. Oh, no. That was music and Cage that were trying to mess with you the other day. So
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
You can never 100%
Be nice, wouldn't lie.
believe the situation. But either way, guys, we have something to talk about. We appreciate. I do hear the echo. It's fucking with me now. Now I want
damn.
to stab multiple people, not like people, just things. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure. Let me check
But
over here.
you're
Make sure nothing crazy's happening over here. Okay, that seems normal. Make sure nothing crazy is happening over here with the.
May have been that Windows update. I know I had a Bluetooth update or something. So Windows was messing with me yesterday.
Input. Okay. This is going to solve the problem, I believe.
okay. All right.
I feel it. 100%. Yeah. No more echo, right? Echo's gone? I think so. How about you? Fuzzy, do you hear echo?
No echo.
No echo.
Perfect.
Damn it. I think when I go loud, I feel like I hear it. That's okay. You know what?
Just whisper.
Make it sexy. You know what I'm saying? Everything's at a. We got to match Fuzzy's. You know what I'm saying? Fuzzy's tone. We'll get there.
Yes.
We'll get there. All right. Fuck it be what it be. Guys, thank you so much for rocking out with us, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all on this glorious Tuesday night where we got so much goodies, so many. Like, there's so much news in so many different directions. Is wild. Like, there's like 45 things that Sony showed us that is so far away from PlayStation is not even funny. They put PlayStation in the pre-show. Like at the countdown, you know what I'm saying? It was like an 8-minute countdown. Once they first started rolling,
Just a bunch of clips together
of the 30th anniversary. Yeah. It's like, I feel like they just said, yeah, we did it for 30 years. Now we're done. And we're just going to take any IP that we've made up until this point and turn it into a song, a TV show, a movie, and an anime all at the same time. And probably somehow get it to play in the car. You know what's funny? They showed their car.
Echo.
I know the echo. Did you just say when I said you know what's funny? Was that your answer? Echo?
No, I'm seeing it. So I'm trying before you get into it.
Does that help at all? Hello.
I think that.
Hello.
I think it's good.
I think it hurt. I think I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
I think it was I muted you.
You muted me. Can they hear me?
No, but you could be heard because of the other.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is.
Right, you guys can still hear Doodle. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah. Golden Grams.
Yeah. All right. Golden Grams. Okay.
That's right. See, the ponies thought they were going to infiltrate and take us down.
Not tonight.
They're not. There's not. It's impossible. It's so I lost my train of thought when I was saying when I was talking to you when I asked you a question and then you said echo.
You know what's funny?
Yeah, but that doesn't. I say that shit all the time. I don't know what led into. You know what's funny? Oh, I do know what's funny. All right. So they came out and they showed their car, right?
Yes.
It's a Honda. Okay, so it's Sony's Honda Afeela. First of all, stupidest fucking name ever, right? But it's a Honda, right? And like after they announced it, Honda announced their own shit. Like, that's not actually us. Like, we don't want to be associated with that. Like, they're licensing our name and shit. But like, we have our own cars that we're making.
This is what we're proud of.
Our cars, right? Immediately they came out with their own shit. They were like, we are not associated with that train wreck of a car that they created. It's almost like you really can't make this shit up. There's so much to go into. So many things to make fun of, and then so many dope shit happening for us, right? We already see the future of our handheld. We got next gen, kind of again brought up and leaked. Jez coming out here, quote unquote, debunking it, but then in the replies, rebunking it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of debunking it, putting it back on the table. You know what I'm saying? So it's. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster. But you know what? There's one thing for sure that we can guarantee in this entire conversation that we will not be talking about any new games for PlayStation at all. Okay, there'll be no conversation about investments made into their gaming portfolio. All right, this is just what we've heard is the end of it. Apparently,
That's it.
Yeah. So before we do hop into it, listen, we got our homies in here live right now in the building. As they are. You guys are fucking awesome. We appreciate each and every one of y'all. Before we get to you, we do have to go ahead and shout out our YouTube Elite members. That's right. We got our boy, Big Boy Mike, and Dark Angelic.
Yes.
And of course, our YouTube Inner Circle members, Big Migs Gaming and Coach Hooded Canuck.
Damn.
Now,
that's good.
I didn't update this previously. So the first people in here is a lie. So I'm going to take that, but delete that because I don't want to put no false narratives out there. You know what I'm saying? Not a pony. This bullshit making up stories that don't exist. All right. Go here. Boom shakalaka. Then I'm going to go here. Boom shakalaka. Okay. Now, you know the first question we have to ask our homies who are here in this building. Who the fuck was first? Okay. Who made it into this building before everybody else? Wait, Pharaoh, can you hear us now? But now we can't hear you. You're super muted.
Yo,
not hear you.
It's like the most frustrating thing ever.
Yeah,
like
sounds like the worst case scenario in all
that's so annoying when you're trying to figure out where the freaking echoes are coming from. Why is your mic not working? It's such a pain in the butt. So
it really is.
Sorry, Farah.
You don't think your mic is just muted independently from? Man, you are an amazing mime. It's like the way you could just move and talk without making any sounds. You're so good at this, yo. God damn it, Pharaoh. What's going on, man? What's happening in these streets, yo? Oh, man. All right. Oh, snap. Hold on. Let me see something. Today. Is this so? Can you guys hear this? Was there even sound made?
Yeah.
I heard
What did you hear?
Emotional damage.
Oh, shit. You did hear it?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I heard that was it.
Listen, as long as it works.
See, they can't hold him down. Check this out. Our boy.
The ponies are silencing me. God damn it. Fucking ponies.
Fight through it. You got this.
Oh my God. All right. Well, Pharaoh, just rip your shit out. Stop on it, plug it back in, and see if it works.
That's basically what we fix this all over my problem.
That's how I do it, yo. Oh my God. Oh, all right. Who's first in the building? I love how he came in with a question mark. Like he was like, am I about to hit enter and somebody's going to steal my spot? Well, let me tell you, they did not. Because IRL 2 first in the building. Woo! That's right, my dude. You ain't fucking around. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, my man.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Number 2 in the building. That's right. You got the homie. Anthony Sanchez.
Woo! Anthony Sanchez.
Number 2 in the building. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. And then rounding out the top 3. Yes, that is Mr. Teddy Keys.
Yes,
that's right. So I feel like has Mr. Teddy Keys been in the top 3?
Maybe once before.
Maybe once. What about IRL?
IRL top 3 for sure. Yes.
And our homie
He's been killing it this week.
Anthony for sure. Anthony was first a few times. I
think it was Sunday.
But you know who wasn't in the top 3? Our delusional Ranks who wrote first. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened. I don't know, like when you saw all those people already talking in the chat and then you decided to type first. I don't know what logic was that for sure. But I can tell you, even before you, was a homie in Mick Kumar. That's right. Mick Kumar in the building was my dude. with a beautiful message. It seems like ponies really love TV now. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I see Music 72. Another. I don't know what's happening. He thinks he's second. This is a lot of. Was there pony powder distributed out?
Listen, because yesterday during the conference, and they just splashed some out into the universe. So listen, maybe some people got slapped up with it.
Dude, I gotta tell you, if you ever say to yourself, "Man, I just played Horizon Zero Dawn or Horizon Forbidden West," and it's like, "Yo, I'm so sleepy from that." And it's like, yeah, that's what we call alloy NyQuil, right? And then you might say to yourself, yeah, but this is a video game. Like, how can somebody create this? And then you watch the show that they put on yesterday and you listen to these motherfuckers talk. Oh, yeah. You realize that they're just the granddaddy of alloy. It runs in the family. They put you to sleep at any point in time. Any interaction with Sony equals sleep. This is what they do.
Thank goodness we didn't stream that mess. I was like a toddler throwing a tantrum. I was like, why?
It was like, oh my God, why do I still watch this? It's like, we got to see it. Okay, keep your eyes open. We got to get those things, those pinches, to keep the eyelids up. You know what I'm saying? Stay awake. All right, we got to be able to laugh at these bitches, and we can't laugh if we didn't see it.
See, they should have made beds instead of cars.
Yo, why the fuck you think they got to self-driving cars, bro? What do you think? This is what they're doing.
Mattresses.
You're gonna go into your.
Come on by.
What's the name of that mattress firm? You can go in there. It could be like a new Sony section. God damn.
What's the freaking name? I know what I'm thinking about. We were just talking about it. That you never, Fuzzy, you pass by, you never see anyone in these stores, and it's
mattress firm.
Who is buying this shit? How are you guys still in business?
I don't know how it happens, but it happens. It's wild. It happens, but it's wild. We got the homie Adidas 20 in the building.
Yo, what's good?
Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Book of Eli Publisher in the building. What's up, my dude?
Let's go.
Here, bro.
Thank
Appreciate
you for rocking
out. And of course, we have our RC polygons. That $5 super chat says LG TVs are now Xboxes, and that Steam OS would look great on Xbox. Also, the original Diablo is coming to PC Game Pass. Xbox has games. PlayStation is TV, and music, and anime, and cars. You know what I'm saying? See, I feel like, it's just funny because Sony clearly has ambition to do everything else in the world except make games.
Yeah.
Like, it's clear they're so done with, they're so sick of making these goddamn games for these goddamn ponies who never buy them.
They seem done. And it's like they keep going back to what they used to make. And they continue to say 30 years of play as if no more years of play from now on. So we are done. And no more generations.
Yeah, you notice they never say, here's to another 30.
No.
They're like, it's been 30 long years. We're fucking done. All right. Here's Astrobot. All right, this fucking little bitch ass robot. Look at your 30 years. You can see it in the game. Go back and play that shit anytime you want. Anytime you want to experience something from PlayStation. Oh my God, it's a problem, yo. It's a problem.
It's crazy.
It is. It's honestly, it's wild, and it's like it's hilarious from us, right? Just from our perspective, right? But if you just step back and just see how disinterested they are, understand, this is not fucking made up shit that we're just fucking saying. Some pony was in in one of the replies in one of our things somewhere, either a tweet or a video or some shit, saying, it's a tech conference. That's funny. What the fuck is a PlayStation? Is that not a piece of tech, you dumb bitch? What do you think it is? Fucking oh my god.
You think they would have had Cerny at the show or something, but he did that whole inflation or whatever like a couple of weeks ago. So I guess they didn't have anything else really game related to talk about or show. So
what do you mean? Immediately
the movies.
after the show, what do they show? They got something new for you, Ponies. Oh yeah.
Oh my god!
Now you may be hearing that saying to yourself,
did you see
"Oh my god, am I gonna have something to play? Am I gonna be able to play something on the PlayStation?" No, but you can buy another PlayStation and a Portal and a DualSense Edge and anything else. Place the earbuds in black.
Ooh,
there you go.
Another version of the Pro.
Black. That's what you get.
A different color.
You own it in white. Why don't you buy it in black? You know what I'm saying? Let's go. PlayStation taking care of their community, all right? Of their gamers. Putting their gamers first, you know, as they're known to do. But listen, RC Polygon, UE line, LG TVs becoming Xboxes, right? This is an Xbox. Boom. LG TVs. Steam OS, we're already seeing, again, he put it on there. And I want, now start fucking thinking, Ponies, thinking about it. Steam OS is allowed on other devices. What has been the talk of the town? What has Xbox been wanting to do? What is coming the next gen? Steam OS running on the motherfucking Xbox. Oh man, you guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. When all those Xbox dudes make that video like, oh, don't say Yaotai? It's on PC. Let me turn on my Xbox. Steam OS. Purchase? Nah, fuck that game. You know what I'm saying? This is going to show you the sequence of events that would prove that they could if they wanted to, but just like you, they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
It's true. They don't even want their own games. That's what's wild.
Oh, God.
But at least the crowd was popping during the show.
Yo, I honestly, I felt like we were at a funeral. I never watched an announcement show of any type where the crowd is literally silent.
They fell asleep.
The only time they came out was when they saw Neil Druckmann because they thought they were going to hear about games. In any way, they're like, oh, finally, right? No. He said, look at Intergalactic. We making that.
Oh my gosh. So embarrassing. He was talking, I forget what he was talking about, and one person clapped and he was like, thank you, dude. Thank you.
It was like, thank you, sir, right there. The only person that I could see. Audience. It wasn't playing. Yo, my dude Hiroki Totoki came out there and was like, yo, if I have to spell it out any other way, I don't know what to say to you dudes. We don't give a fuck about you, Ponies. We don't care about PlayStation anymore. All we care about is the IP that we've already created. The 30 years of IP. That's all we want. That's where we're going to grow. It's definitely not what your bitch ass is. We're not, yo.
They're done. If you can't understand what's happening over there yet, you have a problem. I don't see how you can go ahead and continue to support a brand that is so disconnected. Obviously, if you guys saw it, they're very focused on anime. That is their future. The same way that Xbox speaks on video games and how they're going to go ahead and grow, it's the same way they refer to anime, and that is the path that they're taking. So what I saw yesterday was PlayStation bending the knee and saying, I lost this battle, so I got to move on.
They're just not important. And you're right, babe. Anime, honestly, that Katakawa deal that these Ponies were so pumped about, thinking that they were that PlayStation will fuck. about fucking From Software? I can tell you right now, go back to any. I challenge you, every one of you fucking ponies. You're ready to fucking go in the comments. I challenge any one of you to clip the part about anime from yesterday's show and then put that against the entire 30 years of fucking PlayStation. Okay, any moment in time where you saw the people more hyped about what they were doing. I can tell you right now, Sony is blowing the shit out of anime right now.
Yep.
Sony is all in on anime. That's what they see. We're going to see the billions. It's going to be 1.5 billion. There's so much growth potential. No conversation about PlayStation's growth potential. Okay,
no.
They see potential in everything except
even
for PlayStation, yo.
Car,
even a car that nobody's gonna buy. It's the ugliest fucking car, and they made it $89,000 to start.
What?
So you're telling me, fuck Tesla? We can, that $40,000 Tesla that I could get that's the same size as your little shitty car, right? That one, no. I'm gonna spend $89,000 on a Sony product that you're gonna abandon once you realize nobody's pre-ordering that shit.
Oh my gosh, it's so true though. It's so true. They're gonna just be done with it, and it's not everywhere. You can't just find it everywhere, right? And why? What did you say, CMoney? Why is it probably not everywhere?
Oh, because it probably doesn't meet any of their other regulations. They're like, what? Wait, hold on. What does it have to do over there? God damn it. Mike Cerny, can you fix this? Maybe add the pisser? You know what I'm saying? Add the pisser to the car.
Oh my
Let's see if that's a problem.
They're trusting a car by people who went ahead and made a pisser.
Bro, it's so embarrassing.
Man, it is embarrassing. It's ridiculous. What do you say?
You gotta turn it off.
Yes.
You turn it off. We put the pisser in there. Oh man, turn that shit off. That fucked it up right away. Immediately.
Car's only in reverse. Oh, this damn pisser. Oh man.
Why is it turning into the car? Oh my god. Yo, what a fucking shit show. We have a boy Adidas20 back with another $2 super chat. Says designed for P-Hub, high resolution images. Max. Our boy Kenneth Williams in the building, man. Thank you for being here, bro.
Thank you so much.
For 7 months, man. We really appreciate it. Says Xbox is all about games. And Sony's movies, TV, anime, and more. No games.
No games.
Yo, Ken, you ain't lying, dog. It's crazy. And it's like, see, let me tell you one thing right now. If this was Xbox, okay,
oh my gosh,
you would have every Xbox YouTuber out here crying with their Twitter posts. Oh my god, they don't love Xbox no more. They don't love it. But these ponies are like, fuck it, I don't see it. Motherfuckers, they still out here. Look at those console sales, old dog. Look at those console sales.
All those consoles sold, and they're not making software for it.
That's crazy, though. Like, do you think that they're gonna go ahead and sell the new versions of their consoles? Like, what are they expecting?
Oh, I don't even know. Honestly, after this event they put on, it's pretty clear that another console, even though Mark Cerny said they're working on it with AMD, not for anything proprietary to Sony. So Mark Cerny, the main motherfucker over there, who would be working on the next shit, is working with AMD on shit that has nothing to do with PlayStation alone. It's with everybody, which sounds more like they're trying to develop more of a platform or something that they could just build out and let it sit on top of it, maybe access it from your old PlayStation 5s. Who knows? But I can tell you right now, you watch that shit again, go back to the tweet that Sony put out before the CES event. We're bringing the future to CES 2022. 2025. That future did not include PlayStation. That's just a fact. You could be sad about it, but truth hurts, man. And it's the truth.
Or you could be in denial.
Well, that's what they all are, honestly. They just sit there and they're like, what are you talking about? CMoney is so stupid. It's a tech show, okay? Technology. What does PlayStation have to do with technology?
But they were the same.
I don't know.
crowd
You're
that was
right.
Like, oh,
What
RDNA
does it have to
4
do
is
with
in
technology?
PS5 Pro.
Facts. Facts. I guess gaming doesn't have anything to do with tech.
With tech, no.
Not at all.
Mm-mm.
You're right. Geniuses. You're so smart. Simple Jack in the building. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says
Thank
Pony
you.
should a feeler ripped off. What happened, Pony? You know I feel good. Feel happy? Oh no? Not happy?
Oh my God.
God, that's glorious. Our boy Rated Blade in the building. Thank you much for being here, man. Thank you for that £5 super chat. Says
you,
30
love.
years of play, 30 years of coma sleep. Oh shit. It's the showcase that Ponies were crying about. This was the super secret one. Look, Xbox will supply the games on all platforms. Well done, Xbox. Yo,
Oh my
I'm
God.
telling you, if you don't see it now, I don't know what there is to do to help you, man. It's clear. Like Xbox is like, nah, we got this, yo. We got this.
Step aside.
Yo,
Carrying the
PlayStation's
industry
bro.
on its back, baby.
Dead ass,
This is
yo.
wild. This is
Dead
wild.
ass.
Something we've been saying though, and listen, it's still not resonating with them.
Facts.
So it's funny. It's
Agreed,
funny.
100%. I see Space Shot in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for
Ooh,
being
what's
here.
good?
Force One, what's going on, bro? Thank you for being here. Coach,
Thank you.
Who they could not?
Damn, what's good?
What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. General Spartan 27. What's up, man? Says Xbox equals games, PlayStation equals TV.
Exactly.
Damn. See how, like, yo, you know how they say, you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house? And if you got a glass jaw, better watch your mouth because I'll break your face. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole 50 Cent said it. But it's funny because PlayStation, those Ponies were
Shattered glass, huh?
Yo, I guess that glass jaw has shown itself.
Oh my God.
Oh, Lord, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so happy. It's amazing. Oh, my boy Ready to Blade in the building with that £5 super chat.
Thank you.
Says SIE wants to stay in business, so they will build consoles. Xbox will be charitable and help them out. SIE will get the lifeblood sucked out of them. They're literally, I'm telling you, just look at them now as they are. They are a third-party platform. Okay, they're a third-party platform. That's all they're going to be. They're barely producing anything first-party. So again, for all intents and purposes, they already have been a third-party platform only. And that's just going to continue to be the way in the future, more and more. It's just what it is. It's glorious.
It's wild. It's wild.
It really is. It really is. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. Power Boss in the building. What's up, man?
What's good?
Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate it, man. 2Man55. What's up, player? Queen Blueface in the building.
What's good?
What's going on, fam? Zach Riley first, as always.
Oh yes.
As always. You got Power Boss, that public service announcement. If you like this content, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe.
Yes.
Please do. Hit that like button.
Thank
Hit
you.
subscribe.
Share the link
Appreciate
if you
fam.
can.
Also, don't forget to become a member as low as $5. Yes,
Ooh.
please do. If you do that, you'll get access to all the emojis, plus all the member-only shows that have already started this past weekend. We'll be back this upcoming weekend with Doodle and CMoney making a return for her, him, and a mic. It's going to be great. Definitely don't want to miss that.
Yes.
So become a member, man. It's going to be a good time. And again, Powerball says joining the Discord is free. Join here. Conveniently puts the link for you. Yes, indeed. It's a beautiful thing. Definitely, it's a lot of fun in there.
Join the
wild.
Discord.
They're wild. Sometimes a
If
little
you have
troublesome to me,
fingers.
but you know,
Don't move your
don't go in there thinking that you're a pony going to be clever. because watch the last 10 minutes of the last episode and you'll find out real quick if you're a pony what happens when you go into the Discord and reveal yourself. It's great. Be nice in the building. What's up, man? One Trick Pony. What's going on, man? Go Poe in the building. Woo. What's up, man? Thank you, homie, for being here. Jesse B. What's up, man? Appreciate you. Malcolm X Lax. What's going on? Ender Lord Joe. What's up, player? Thank you for being here. Void Rat in the building. Did I say Space Shot? I feel like I did.
You did. Yeah.
Ida Crow. What's going on, man? Thank you for being here. Says, I just read that OG Diablo is coming to Game Pass soon. Yes, it is going to be on PC. OG Diablo. It just keeps giving us more and more, man. Just keep it giving us more and more. Where am I? Did I say where you are?
Where you are? What's up?
Called Weeb in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. Devil's Island. Whatks going on? Thank you for being here.
What's up?
Our Lyric. What's going on, fam? Thank you for being here, fam. Big Boy Mike.
Woo!
What's
bro,
up, my
what's
brother?
good?
What's going on, man? Ida Crow in the building. That 5090 gonna cost a good amount. Yo, that 5090. Woo!
It's not a pisser.
It's not a pisser. It's not a pisser. Twice the power of the 4090. Ooh, my Xbox about to get upgraded. Need that shit in my life. Oh my God. Yo, I can tell you right now though, right? This whole conversation, it's funny because I immediately thought about this. How much is the PlayStation 5 Pro?
700.
700. Yeah. And there's not even a 4070.
No.
It's funny because right now, over on PC, if you have an existing PC, you can upgrade your PC for $549 and buy a 5070, which is the power of a 4090. Interesting. So I want to have that conversation again where I saw all those people trying to compare themselves to a PC and they try to say 700 or 1500. Interesting. Seems like it's 700 or 550. And 550 is way more powerful than that 700 is going to get you. Just saying. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's a good time to be alive. That's the truth, yo. Oh, shit. James Kofi, what is up, man?
James.
Thank you for being here, fam. Appreciate you. Says, what's up, On Point? I figured it out. Sony selling all those PlayStation 5 so people can watch movies on it. Yo.
Did they write 4K on it?
Oh, damn. Damn.
Or is it just DVDs?
Cage Feeler in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here.
Cage, what's up, Jersey boy?
Appreciate you, fan. Damn good, 75. What's up, man? Says Xbox Primal, let's go. Yeah, Xbox Prime, man. Again, we'll talk about it a little later, but it was that's the rumor. It's out. Obviously, it's like these are all compounding rumors, right? Like we've heard a baseline rumor that Xbox is foregoing a mid-gen refresh to instead go earlier in the life cycle, similar to what they did with 360. We've been hearing that for so long now. And the number is 2026, right? And look, again, more rumors have popped up that it's 2026. And this whole new kind of name, Xbox Prime, which I think is kind of dope. Let's see. Speak. Can you hear us? Oh, shit. He went blank immediate. Are you talking? Are you pretending to talk, Pharaoh? Okay. Well, let's see what he's figuring out there. But Xbox Prime is a name. Jez came out and I can't hear you, but I hope you can hear us. Are you clicking the right name? Wait, you're muted.
It looks like you're literally muted. It has it muted. There you go.
No. So your mic is not muted somewhere else? The fuck? Listen, just write in the chat anytime you want to speak. On the private chat, we'll say your words for you. You know what I'm saying? You can act it out dramatically. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
To get purpose. That's looked up, yo. I don't know why they're taking you down, though.
Did he get the same thing with freaking that thing was had us going back and forth.
Which thing?
That box over, whatever the heck is the thingaling.
The thingaling. Okay,
Yeah.
cool, good guy. Everybody knows what that
Yeah.
is. But
You're supposed to come in with it.
yeah, for sure. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's okay.
The box.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Oh wow.
All right.
Wow. You see this fussy?
What
It's
do you mean?
wild.
I'm trying to. I have
Wild.
no idea what you're talking about, but I believe
Damn.
the Xbox Prime is the name
Wow.
that now is associated with the next gen box, which I think is a pretty good name. Also, might be hinting at some future collabs. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Amazon's involved.
The first thing that came to mind, I don't know if it did for you guys, was Amazon Prime. They're using the Fire Stick, and it just, I was like, wait, what? Hold up. What are they doing? Are
Good
they going to
question.
be doing something together?
I
You
don't
never know.
But the whole thing is that came out, and some dude who's a Call of Duty leaker. So he has like an in at Activision and at Call of Duty, and he got a leak about the Call of Duty for the next Modern Warfare. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of the goddamn team that makes Modern Warfare. What the hell's their name? You
Not
gotta know it.
Treyarch. What's the other one?
No, the other one. Infinity Ward.
Yeah.
There you go. So Infinity War is making the next Modern Warfare, and I guess his leak that he got about Call of Duty was that Modern Warfare was going to launch in 2026 as a launch game for the next gen console. So that all sounds pretty believable, right? Because he is a Call of Duty leaker. He got that information. It lines up with what we've already heard multiple times. But then Jez came out and debunked it, right? Because he got concerned, the guy who leaked it, and said, if this is true, are they going to like come for me? Like Microsoft, are they going to come for me? And Jez is like, no, they're not, because it's not true, right? But then in the replies, somebody asked him, and he says, well, this whole thing is just made up. There is no Xbox Prime now. Hardware coming out in 2026? Yeah, possible. So it's like, okay, so you're not debunked. You're not saying that there is nothing in 2026. You're just saying the name Xbox Prime is not real. Got it. Okay. So that doesn't change anything, right? We're back basically in the same situation where, we don't know, if it's happening or not. But that's the rumor. And it's the one, it just makes sense, right?
It does.
25th anniversary.
It does. I'm gonna go with it. I've been, and it's like it makes sense.
It does make sense.
So
I'm saying. So let me get the homie Simple Jack back with a $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie.
thank you.
Says the car probably needs a PSN to sign it.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
Oh my god.
That will be wild. Oh my god.
Fucking hilarious. That is hilarious, dude. Wow. They would.
Calling in late
They
to work.
would.
This is crazy.
I can't drive my car. I can't. The PSN must be down.
Yo, can you imagine?
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
That would be crazy.
That was, this,
I can see them do something like that though. It's not
Agreed.
it's not too
agreed.
too far off.
Our boy Lewis in the
What's
building.
good?
$2 super chat, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Says DCG said in a video yesterday there would not be a PlayStation 6. Yeah. Anybody who saw that goddamn fucking that shit they did last night will just reinforce that idea. Like, who the fuck thinks that they're not investing in this shit, man? They're doing as little as possible. All they're trying to do is milk their IPs. Look at Concord. They thought that shit was going to be the greatest thing ever. These motherfuckers probably had movies, TV shows, merchandise. They had everything lined up because they thought it was going to be great. And as soon as that shit failed, they were like, yo, we got to delete this from our history so that no one will be thinking that that's part of our IPs. No. We can't let people get confused. I mean, goddamn, dude. It was real bad. It was real bad. The homie Rating Blade in the building, man.
Yo,
Thanks for being here, bro. Thank you for that
thank
$5
you.
from chat. Says, so is Twitter quieter than quiet then? But PlayStation gamers only play third-party games. I mean, their gamers hate their games. I have proof. H5, 43 mil. PlayStation games, not close.
Yeah.
Oh, Horizon 5, yes. Horizon 5 has 43 million players. PlayStation games is not even close. Agreed. I mean, we know that for sure, right? PlayStation gamers, the people who own PlayStations, the majority of them, so when you say PlayStation gamer, that's who you're talking about. The majority of them treat the PlayStation as a third-party platform box. That's it. It's just there to play the games that they already know and love, like Call of Duty or Fortnite, Minecraft, all the shit that they already, adore. That's where they play it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. They don't show up for their first party. So you think Sony doesn't see that shit? At what point? I mean, how long do you think they could just continue to be outrageously stupid? You know what I'm saying? And just continue to pour money down the drain and hope that at some point some of it might come back. You know what I'm saying? It's too much, man. Too much for them.
Yeah, I don't blame them for trying to pivot. Especially, listen, it's not just trying to figure out now their consumers. It's also trying to figure out how they can compete with Xbox, and they just can't keep.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Ponies got shut down.
The Ponies gonna stop me from not talking about no PlayStation 6.
Nice. Who's in the building, man? Thank you for being here, player.
Man, I don't know what I did, but it worked. So
listen, that's about 90% of the shit that I fix. You know what I'm saying? Yo.
CMoney always says, I don't know. I'm like, take a picture of whatever it looks like now. Mm-hmm. But you never do.
No, not once.
So
well, it kept saying that there was another application that was like hogging the mic. So I was like ending task and redoing permissions and everything, and eventually it worked. So
oh.
Well, that's freaking awesome.
Let's just be, glad that that's the way it shook out. So thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
I am going to want to get your guys. Did you guys, let me ask you this. Did any of you watch the actual entire event?
Then if you did, sorry.
Event. Yeah, once I knew that they were doing was it Horizon Forbidden West or not Zero Dawn as a movie or TV or whatever, I was like, yep, this isn't. Like, you already remastered a game that you released on PC not too long ago, and now you're gonna make it into a movie. It's like you guys said, they're focused on the wrong things, and I don't think their player base even realizes. It's like, hey, let's remaster games that aren't even 5 or 10 years old, and then we'll turn it into a movie, and then we'll sell them comforters and hoodies of the same thing that we just sold them, and then resell them, maybe a panels or plates for their PS5s and stuff. Like, this would have been a perfect time to talk about what games really show up well on the PS5 Pro and the technology in the PS5 Pro, but they didn't do that. So,
and maybe show something new.
Yeah, I mean, new for them. I mean, J-Rock nailed it on the head on Twitter. It's like the only controller they need is a remote control at this point.
Yo, that shit was it. Yo, that was a banger. I was dying. That was really good. That was really, Pharaoh. He was killing them.
But real quick, do you, Fuzzy, what do you think that they're focused on the wrong thing for them, or are they focused on the wrong thing for the developers? Like, is this like the move that they need to go ahead and make after seeing what happened with Concord, the sales for Astrobot, for Halo, for Lego Ho? Like, what do you think? Is this like a necessary step that they need to take, and that the developers are just not coming to they just don't want to go ahead and face the fact that this is what's taking place? Or is this something that is just the wrong thing overall, or just wrong for the developers?
It's wrong for the developers. Like, I think what really happened is they saw how well Fallout, the TV series, did for the older game. They didn't even have to remaster it. Like pretty much all they did was do the touch up so you could have the 60 frames, a couple bug fixes and stuff. And they even integrated some of the characters into Fallout 76, and a ton of people rebought the game, whether it's on Xbox or PlayStation or on Steam. People were playing that game like 10 to 20 times more than what they were doing just before that series release. And Sony kind of noticed something similar when, I guess The Last of Us, the TV series was out. And
yes,
people were buying the game or the remaster of the game and playing it more. So I guess they're like, well, the only real thing that helped move Horizon Forbidden West or Zero Dawn, and people are going to come after me about it, was the pack-ins. Like, the game did all right, but the pack-ins is what pushed it over the top. And
Thanks.
I guess they figure maybe a movie will change that, so people will rebuy this remaster that they're not really rebuying. So I guess this was like a last-ditch effort on that. Plus, like you said, they lost a ton of money on Concord. It's like the ghost of Concord is going to keep on haunting them until they can figure out how to get games as a service to work. Like Xbox did the diabolical move by putting a couple of games over there, but like you see how Minecraft is charting. You see how Sea of Thieves, Sea of Thieves isn't on the December chart, but it did well when it released on there. And you got, Call of Duty is like their number 2 game, some weeks, and then other weeks it's number 1, and Fortnite winds up being number 2. But they're going to get Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is charting on Xbox and then on Steam. It's going to probably chart real well on PlayStation when it comes, sometime later this year for them. And they still haven't figured out how to get any of their games in the top 20. Like, Helldivers 2 is the only one that's in their top 20 for the month of December. Like, they spent all that money on Bungie to get Destiny, which Destiny used to be charting on all 3 platforms for a while. And ever since they bought them, it's been in the toilet. So they got to figure something out as far as how to keep some of their own games where they can collect the full 70% or 100% of the proceeds in their pocket to chart better. I mean, a single player game might chart for a month, but notice Astrobot isn't on the December's chart list anymore. So they're focused on the wrong things for their player base or the gallopers, but they're focused on their pockets, which you can't fault them on it, but it's going to be a struggle because their fans aren't ready to own up to, that change in focus or that the roadmap is movies instead of games and stuff. And the same stuff they used to, dog Xbox about, like, oh, you got more controllers than games. Oh, yeah. Now we got enough games for each controller they've released for the past, umpteen years, with like 30 more games in the oven type of deal. So we got a roadmap that stretches, 3 to 5 years out. Plus, we're going to learn about new stuff come June. All they know about is Ghost of Yotai, which comes later this year, possibly. And then Intergalactic, which is going to be a couple of years out at least. And the, what do you call it? The PC exclusive Wolverine is going to finally come to the PS5. So that'll be, I guess, next year and stuff. But notice they're not talking about Fair Game. After Concord, they're a little gun shy now. We haven't heard anything about Fair Game in a while. And then that exclusive deal that they did with, what do you call it? Square Enix, was it Foam Stars? Yeah, that didn't last all that well either. So, yeah, I'm curious on how they approach Fair Game, or if Fair Game is still in development at this point. But yeah, they're definitely focusing on their pockets, which that's not what their fans want. The fans want games, and now they're looking over at Xbox, like, please port some games, sir. So.
Please have some games.
Yeah, right. Pharaoh, so did you get to watch any of it?
I didn't. There's no games that's gonna be there. They don't have no fucking games. They ran out of games about a year and a half ago. So ever since Spider-Man 2, they released one internal first party game. The rest has been like deals with second party studios. So we know they don't have anything.
Concord's dead, so that was one, but that died.
Yeah.
And then Astrobot.
Yeah, so 2.
And then Lego technically partially was Gorilla, but
yeah, so they're not really making much at the moment. And
core games, that's for goddamn sure.
I get the perception that Hiroki has kind of like made a shit or get off the pot type mandate down to Sony. And if these games don't hit, which they pretty much banked everything on a live service. So if these live services don't hit, then yeah, you might not have a PlayStation 6. And it may look a lot different. I could start with seeing some of these studios getting sold off. That's probably one of the first things we'll probably start to see is maybe a couple studios get sold off. Maybe the PlayStation brand gets sold off to someone else who wants to manage that store, because it's getting to the point where PlayStation is holding Sony down. So VR failed. The PS5 Pro is looking like a failure. That little Portal failure. Your games are failing. Even the deals that you're making, those are failing. And you're putting out a lot of money to secure all of these things and to make all these things happen. And you're not seeing the returns on investment that you were hoping for. And even if you do make a profit, it's not enough of a profit to offset, what you're paying your employees to develop these products. So I think PlayStation is kind of the legs are wobbly, and I don't
real wobbly.
And Hiroki's not broken. Hiroki is the CFO of PlayStation. He's not there to play around with one little branch that's struggling. He wants to get back to his office and kind of
Sony. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's true. I mean, you can see him. He came out. He was happy. You know what I'm saying? He was like, let's talk about the shit that's actually going to make us some money. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was out in his little turtleneck and his blazer. He was a happy dude, man.
Yeah.
He was happy.
But you can't even blame it. Like, he's been actually, like, they've been trying to tell them for quite a bit, and they've gradually done it, right? They're not just like, hey, listen, we're not focused on games. They've kind of been showing you slowly, and we've been picking up on it. So I don't think that this is anything that's surprising. And they're no strangers to going ahead and canceling games that they've already talked about. This would have been a perfect opportunity for them to show Venom, Wolverine, to go ahead and show a little bit more of Ghost of Yotei if it's true that it's releasing this year. Baby steps. Show us a little bit of that. Like, make it inclusive. If you are working on games and they are still somewhat your priority, because you are trying to push the PlayStation 5 Pro, you're telling people to buy your handheld. Like, if you have the audacity to do this and say, look, we have a new version of these freaking consoles, then why are you not going ahead and taking the time to put together anything new that shows them the reason why they should go ahead and invest more in your ecosystem? It was just an opportunity that they seem to have passed. And I think the reason why they passed is because they, again, are not shy to say, pull the plug, we are done.
Agreed.
Helldivers. What do we have for Helldivers coming?
Movie.
A movie.
They did announce a new mode at the VGAs. With that, some type of new mode is coming to Helldivers too.
Yeah, they had some type of update for it.
Yeah,
but they were definitely pumped about the movie that they're making
for Helldivers 2,
Helldivers 2,
for Horizon.
Right?
They're pumped. They're excited about the yes, Ghost of Tsushima. You guys saw it wasn't
Ghost of Yotei. It was Ghost of Tsushima.
How do those Sony movies typically do at the box office?
They're hit or miss.
I mean, outside of Spider-Man, not great.
Yeah, exactly. Like, outside of Spider-Man and Bad Boys, I can't tell you of a Sony movie.
Yeah, Uncharted, they were really pumped to say that did like $400 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
or
So
Uncharted?
I think maybe that's what they're looking at. Maybe they're saying, listen, Uncharted did well. Maybe if we go ahead, grab these IPs and turn them into movies, it will do what games can no longer do for us.
Facts.
And
Maybe.
listen,
Facts.
they even mention how you can just write a song or have music and just put it out whenever. And it's like they just don't want the work and how draining it is to go ahead and how expensive it is to go ahead and make a game and then wait and see if you're even going to make your money back.
Yeah, because I mean,
You
it
can't
takes 6
fault them
years to
for
make
it.
a game. Yeah, it's taking 6 years to make a game now. It takes 9 months to make a movie, but I don't think Gran Turismo did all that well.
No,
They didn't mention it. It was there.
It
But
was.
out of
They
the
showed
lineup
it.
of movies they made, right? They showed a row of them.
Uh-huh.
Only Uncharted did they mention, and that was 400 million. But again, you know, for them, like, how much did it cost them to make fucking Uncharted? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Versus what came in.
Yeah.
So it was way cheaper, and they made a great return on it. Versus they would have spent 400 million on the next Uncharted and barely got that shit back, if any.
Yep. I agree. I agree for sure.
I mean, they're being responsible. I mean, listen. You think we spend all this time talking about PlayStation the way we do when we say, like, Sony, they're not Microsoft. They don't have the money, bro. Like, they can't do I say it time and time again, but they're not in the business of spending $400 million and hoping to God that they're going to recoup that money. No, they want to spend money and make more. You know what I'm saying? They want to make a lot more. And you can't do that if you're spending $400 million on a game.
Exactly.
You can't. You can't. That's why, look at that stupid Spider-Man. They were going to try to break it up. It's like 3 different parts to take the cost of the one game they're making and try to break it up, right? To recoup more money.
That was such a thirsty move, but when you see the numbers, you understand what is going on over there. That we're trying to still go ahead and make these type of games and figure out how they can go ahead and make maybe a little bit more money and justify the reason for investing.
Yeah.
But listen, The Last of Us show is coming back, season 2, and I think they're doing well with that. I think their focus just changed.
I mean, their biggest
Fucking
problem
Abby.
is that people buy PlayStations to watch YouTube
Yeah.
and to play free-to-play games. And, you know, they might buy 1 or 2 games a year, and none of them are a PlayStation game. It's 2K or Call of Duty. So people aren't really invested in their ecosystem. They champion PlayStation, but they're not really buying any of the games. Even the guys that are on Twitter, they'll champion a Spider-Man or they'll champion a Intergalactic, whatever that game is coming out, but then they won't buy it. You know, say they were Concord, we'll champion Concord, but we won't buy it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think we saw more posts about Astrobot than actual sales, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I saw more than the 1.5 mil sale, the freaking that it made. It's just it.
Yeah, because Sony fans
They're
will
not
go.
showing up. They just want to brag about it or talk about it, but they're not showing up for the games.
I mean, I think I remember like a year or two ago, like Sony fans would like show like trailer views, and they'd be like, "Oh, look, Astrobot got 5 million views on the trailer, while you know South of Midnight only got 10,000." But like, you know what? All them 10,000 gonna play that game, and then some. You can't say that for like. Xbox games have such a higher attach rate to their fan base. And a big part of it is Game Pass, but also a big part of it is that they have it on multiple stores so that people get access to the game however they choose to.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind, right, and the basis of it and why ultimately Xbox fans are the best when it comes to purchasing their games and spending money in the ecosystem, it's very simple. There's no other reason for an Xbox person to own an Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Up until this point, meaning like if you were somebody who owned an Xbox, it's because you wanted to play the Xbox games that they had.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? PlayStation was the popular box, right? So if you were just somebody who was just like, I'm just in it to play Fortnite or whatever the hell, I don't care, then you most likely probably would have bought a PlayStation because that's the generic casual box. So the people who chose Xbox, the people who said, yes, I want to buy Xbox is because shit, I want to play Halo. I want to play Gears. I want to play Forza. I want to play Fable. Those are the shit that I want to play, right? That's why they do it, right? And that's why when those games come out, they get supported. That's why you see the stats where fucking Forza Horizon, that's still just on PC and Xbox, has 43 million fucking people playing that game or who have played that game. 43 million people. That's crazy. You're talking fucking Nintendo numbers now. You know what I'm saying? We're like people who are showing up for these games. It's crazy.
It is.
I'll say for a fact, I've never bought a PlayStation to play a PlayStation game. I have played some PlayStation games, some SIE games, but it's always been for third party that are pseudo exclusive to their box for one reason or another.
Like a Final Fantasy or some shit like that.
Or like a Onimusha back in the day, or Parasite
Onimusha was a shit. I'm so pumped about the new Onimusha, by the way. Oh, shit. Yeah. That's going to be fire. All right.
No, go ahead. See the super chat.
All right, go ahead. The homie Mac 22.
What's good, love?
TH54. Thank you, bro, for being here, man. Thank you for being a member for 2 months, fam. Appreciate you, brother. Says, CMoney, did you already talk about LG TVs getting the Game Pass app? We didn't talk about it like in an official, here's the topic capacity, which I think this is worthy of that because there is more conversation that it obviously attaches to it. But we did bring up the fact that has been announced, which is just part of the next step of this is an Xbox, right? This is it. You're going to just see that grow and grow into the point where eventually, no matter what you're watching, no matter what TV brand you have, no matter what it is, eventually even Sony will have Game Pass on their TVs, bro.
It's true.
Just remember that. It's just a matter of time. The homie Devil Flow Gaming.
What's up?
For being here. Thank you for being a member for 10 months, fam. You the homie, bro. Appreciate you. Says Mark Cerny already said the pisser ain't shit. So what are they supposed to do? Movies, TV. Karma hunting down the pathetic, poor begging ponies.
Woo!
Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
Yes.
Yo, oh my God. I want to go back in time and show, myself this back when all these damn ponies were screaming, TV, making fun of Xbox people, when at least our TV was just them showing the capabilities of the new box, right? And what they were going to be bringing. But we had a game show literally the month after that was all about the games.
Yep.
Do you think we're getting a PlayStation show next month that is all about the games? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
If they did that, if they showed all their games, it would be a 5-minute show.
Highlight reel.
Including the pre-show.
Bunch of splash screens.
Here's our remasters.
What happened?
Oh my God!
What's next on the docket?
Oh my God!
Forbidden West. Forbidden West.
Forbidden West. Yeah, well, I thought that was already. I thought that was already set up to be remastered. I don't know. Aren't they getting Last of Us 2 this month? Oh, the Pro Edition. There you go. That's what it is. That's true. The homie big boy Mike with that $2 I appreciate the pisser.
Yes.
Equals the PlayStation sinking rapidly. Oh, it is sinking rapidly, fam. It is. It's on its way down. Honestly, it's funny because we say these things and, it just, I love when it just keeps getting proven true time and time again. No matter how slanderous we get, we just always remember that we don't slander for the sake of slandering. It sounds like slander, but it's true.
It's just facts.
And that's the problem for these ponies. They get mad at us and they hate us so mad. Like, oh my God, I hate them. I'm going to write every message I can because I hate them so much because these motherfuckers do nothing but tell the truth and it hurts them. And that's the thing. We're not fucking just bullshit into bullshit. This is the reality of what's going on. These ponies can't accept the fact that they are part 2 of what Xbox has done to this industry. Part 1 was buying Bethesda and Google noping out. Part 2 was buying ABK and Sony noping out. Sony noping out. Understand They did this to you. You wake up and you look at fucking Phil in the face and you say, why'd you do this to me, man? Because I know it was you. You're the one who took my games away. Okay? Just to give me yours. That's what he did.
That's what's crazy. It's just insane. Let's just remind them that them celebrating any games from Xbox going to their platform is just like shooting yourself on the foot.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's just this, you don't understand apparently what this is doing to your brand. So
making it less necessary.
Absolutely. It's already unnecessary. What are they doing here? At this point, this is just pathetic. But it is what it is. They're still there. They have, listen, you get crumbs every once in a while. Just understand what those crumbs are doing to your brand.
It's just, it's starting to sink in, right? Like, that these ponies are starting to realize, like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy Indiana Jones. Oh shit, I'm gonna buy Doom: The Dark Ages. Oh shit, I'm gonna buy the Outer Worlds 2.
And I only buy 3 games a year.
I am funding their fucking Game Pass. God damn it. Like, this, it's hitting them, bro. It's hitting them every time
at some point
a game gets released. And then every time they see Sony come out here and not mention PlayStation as part of the future.
Yeah.
They can come out here, put the front all the way they want. They could come out here, get in our DMs, to get in our comments, get in our replies on Twitter. They can come in there. Oh, fuck you guys, you're so full of shit. Look at these console sales, though. Look at these console sales, though. Look at the console sales. Homie, good. Get more. Get more. Just so you can buy our games, dog. Just get more. Come on. Keep funding us, bro. I love it. Oh, every time. Oh, my God, it's beautiful. The homie, Raiden Blade in the building.
That's good.
I appreciate you, fam.
Thank you.
Says, Xbox gets ABK to remaster Spidey games and add multiplayer. That would be dope, actually. But yes, they do have the ability to do that. All they have to do is work it out with Marvel, and we know Marvel and Xbox and Disney and Xbox are buddy now. You know how fast Disney got on the phone on behalf of Lucas.
Hello.
Said, hello. Can you make me another indie? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're there. Phil's gonna be like, what do you want? We need that.
Don't
Give me that.
put the whip and the hat away just yet.
Yeah, it's
keep the leather jacket.
This is a new world. It's a new world. Believe that. The homie Showtime Reezy in the building. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat, homie. Appreciate you. Says, I'm here to cover for JD Gamer's shift. Woo! Ponies on the street corners and high heel. Pathetic $2 punk ass. Poor begging. Still ain't got no damn games.
Get him. That's wild. Let's go.
That's fire. It's true, though. It's true. Trey Bone 408, appreciate you, fan, with that $2 super chat. Says PlayStation finally doing TV. LOL. So PlayStation is 11 years behind Xbox.
Right?
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. It's like, dog, we've been to that. But again, we already know this, right? You guys seen Waterboy?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the coach who got big, how? Stealing the other dude's plays, right? That's what they did. This is what they do. They just keep following what Xbox does nonstop. But this time, unfortunately for them, Xbox said, "Oh, you gonna keep copying us? Sure. Okay, we're buying ABK. Copy that, bitch." We got it. Oh, you can't buy the building. You can only buy 10%. Got it.
Eventually.
Got it. Understood now.
No, they have to do the layaway plan for Bungie.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
They're still paying for it.
They're still paying for that.
Oh, man.
Oh, God, that's glorious. The homie Rated Blade, man, with that $2, which I appreciate you, fam, says, give Phil his flowers. Buying ABK really exposed SIE. Oh, it did. It did. This is what destroyed them. This is the downfall of SIE. Everything that you knew completely changed about PlayStation the moment that deal closed. The moment that deal closed, it destroyed everything they had going. The announcement shook them to the core.
Yeah.
Right. That was right when they were going ahead and doing this. Hey, let's do this live service. Let's go full in. They were like, we have to do something. We need our own Call of Duty. But I can already see that conversation. Holy shit, they're buying ABK. We need to make our own Call of Duty. Can any of y'all do it? No. Let's go buy some shitty, small, no-name companies to see if they can make us a Call of Duty. No, Naughty Dog, sit down. You can't do it. Okay? You ain't nobody. We're going to go get another nobody that nobody knows. Come on, man. That's crazy. What a stupid. They're so, they fucking flipped this, like they just lost their minds.
They really did. They're still trying to figure this out. And I don't think they ever will. They will crack the code. And this is the problem with them. They're always trying to do something that it's not them, right? That it's not authentic. They want to copy other platforms and do what the other people are doing, the other developers are doing that's working for them. How about you just like figure out what's original about you and what you can come up with that will work and get people's attention? It's always copy. It's
the problem now, babe, is that now more than ever, they don't want to be original. Now more than ever, they can't afford it. Mm-hmm. They have to play it safe. Why do you think
their originality was Concord, and that was not original? That was not original in any way.
Look at their newest game that they announced, which is Intergalactic. It's a Naughty Dog game. Naughty Dog, the people who came up with Crash Bandicoot, the people who came up with Jack and Daxter, the people who came up with Uncharted, with The Last of Us, these people who made these amazing games and stories, right? Their next game, instead of being, hey, I want to make this type of game, they're like, you know what? Akira, let's try anime. Remember, what did we hear last night? Anime is their future.
Yep.
Anime is what they're most excited for. Intergalactic is based off of what? Oh, different anime?
Cowboy Bebop.
Interesting that their new game is based off of animes. Interesting. Got it. Just want to make sure.
If they had just made
put that connection together for you guys.
Listen, we want to go ahead and make a video game about your movie, right? Akira, and kind of be transparent about it and pay up. But they didn't want to pay up. That's the problem.
No.
Had they done that, I think the game would have been
bro, they're not even gonna pay. They could barely pay for this game.
True.
Let alone have to pay up. What do you think they have? Think about what you saw. Porsche, right? They're trying to get money. Come on, Porsche, we'll advertise you. Adidas, come on. Can we use your shoe? Can you give us some money? We'll put it in our game. Yeah.
You know, there's nothing worse than thinking you have something and then the rug gets pulled from under you. There's nothing worse than you thinking you are somewhere and then you find out that oops, that is no longer the case, right? And for them to go ahead and say, have Adidas on board, Porsche on board, and now seeing the amount of dislikes, the thumbs down that the trailer received, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to pull the funds. They're not going to be a freaking part of it. And this is going to get messy.
Or, I mean, obviously they have some contracts in place, but what they're going to do is they're going to minimize what they use, right? Minimize the allowance or do something like that, right? Try not to let their brand get jacked up. Even PlayStation took money from Sony. It was like, yo, big dog, can we put your record player over here? You know what I'm saying? We'll just call it Pony. Like, they literally took from everywhere they can to try to fucking get money for this goddamn game.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay. That one guy. What's up? Thank you for being here. There we go. That one guy says Adidas is gonna say, I'll pay you to get our name off your crap.
Oh,
listen. I mean, I don't blame them. I wouldn't blame them.
Man. They ain't wrong.
That's hilarious.
The whole time. So it's the whole time. What? The whole time. The homie.
Showtime Reezy. What's good? Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, fam. Thank you for that $5 super chat. It says, if Sony shuts down or goes bankrupt, they will look around and say, damn, It is the it is. It is, yo. It is. Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, it's crazy. I feel like I think Sony is gonna be overall fine because they are making moves away, right? They are pivoting away. They are putting their money where they see growth. Again, understand this, guys. Like it's easy to look at Sony and think that they are the worst at business because they've been around for longer than Microsoft and they somehow can't get past, average size at best, right? But they still are not stupid, right? They're still, $100 billion company. They're still worth more than most of these smaller companies out here, right? So they still have some knowledge, and their knowledge is telling them that the market for gaming is not growing for them the way they want. And those first party games that they're putting in different places like Switch and PC are not hitting the way they expected, like those cocky assholes would be thinking that it was going to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, PC, they're gonna love my shit whenever I put it over there. I'm saying whenever I put it, they're gonna love it. Well, they really don't give a fuck.
That does not exist anymore. They learn in 2024. Yeah, that's not how it works. They don't run the show. Listen, they're not wrong about anime. They're not wrong. It's growing rapidly.
Yeah.
So
I can see them selling off PlayStation, but as part of the sale, maintaining the rights to distribute like anime versions or movie versions of whatever PlayStation makes in the future or whatever those studios make in the future. I can see them doing that.
See, it's weird because I feel like because they have so many people who just buy like third-party shit on their console and they still make money on the microtransactions and all that shit. I don't think they need to do shit. I think they're just gonna stop making first party or minimizing it, right? Like making it where it is just like one game every once in the fucking while that they come out with something because it just doesn't matter, right? Like that's what it seems.
But also, I mean, at some point, if you're not gonna make a PlayStation 6, at some point you got to do something. You're not gonna keep making PlayStation 5s forever, especially if like Xbox releases a new generation, Switch 2, and then what happens when the next generation of after that comes out and you're still on PlayStation? Like at some point you got to do something.
Well, maybe they'll be like, how there's different types of like phone users, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or like there's some people who upgrade every year and then there's some people that skip a generation. Maybe PlayStation's just going to sit out the next generation, keep selling those PlayStation 5s, keep collecting money off of Fortnite.
Google turned the F around. This is the thing. Once they get comfortable after 10 years, according to them, not making a freaking console for 10 years, I mean, who the heck is going to make them step back into the ring? Xbox is going to be so far gone. Yeah. It's going to be what are they going to do? Continue to try to sell a pisser without games while Xbox has a freaking 2025 the way that it's looking? And what do you think 2026 is going to bring when it comes to gaming over on this side?
Oh, it's going to be crazy.
They will not be able to catch up. They can't catch up now.
I'm thinking, so basically you're saying they're going to become Sega, but like just keep like pushing out the Dreamcast and like instead of canceling the Dreamcast. I think karma's a bitch.
Yeah, but because there wasn't on the Dreamcast at that time, there weren't any games that lasted forever. You know what I'm saying? That had that recurring income. I think the world we live in now with your Fortnite, I mean, shit, I don't think Xbox One and PlayStation 4 is going anywhere. Remember this, yo. Like, you got to understand when Sony looks at this, they see that they're still chasing their own tail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're still trying to catch up to the PlayStation 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, the PlayStation 5, they're not getting more people. Like, these are the same group of people that they're just shuffling from one to the other, and they're just taking a shit ton of time to move from the 4 to the 5, right? So, like, at what point do they keep saying, like, how are we spending more money on these games, yet less people are owning our console than our previous console
and buying our games. And the reality is, when you really think about what, mindset is such a big deal. And, the developers are celebrating these games being on their platform, but the fact that they have to write out a check for Call of Duty for that 70% and seeing how much Xbox their competition is getting versus what they have in their bank account as a whole, what they're going to get for Indiana Jones, what they got for Sea of Thieves. Like, this is crazy. Doom, what they're going to get for that. Like, it's just, the more money they see going out and the little bit they get to keep is very eye-opening when you think about what their IP sells.
Yeah.
And how much money they put out when they get to keep from their own first-party games.
Facts.
It's like what Jim Ryan was saying during like the court hearings and stuff. It's like they were financing their first party off of the little portion that they were getting from Call of Duty. Like Call of Duty was doing so well on their box. They're like, oh, well, we can put those, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, right back into our studios to make these, bloated budget, IPs. Like Spider-Man, what was it, 2 being over 300 and some odd million? They just don't have that, especially after losing what they lost on Concord, buying the studio and however much they put into the development. They got to find a way to either make their own games as a service that succeed, or they're going to have to, scale some stuff back. And I think it, like you guys said, I think it draws down to maybe one game every year that's like a first party title. Maybe 2 at best, or a second party deal type of thing, and a first party.
Yes.
But Xbox is going to release like a first party game every month for this year, or at least it seems like it's going to be close to it, because we got the Dev Direct in like a week or two, and with everything that we know is coming, we're going to see at least, I would say, another 3 games that'll probably come this year in the June showcase. And on top of probably 5 or 6 games, they'll be, 2026 or 2027. So, yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. It feels like they forgot what a roadmap is. They're like, oh, yeah, we're not doing showcases. We're not doing a roadmap. But we are going to do anime because you guys love anime, right? But, yeah.
Well, they were so pumped talking about anime.
They were.
I'm telling you, if you didn't watch it, right? Just because like you guys do other shows and stuff, after you get off of this, go back and just find the anime segment and just see how the Sony brand is enamored with anime and how they talk about it and their vision of it compared to how they ghosted PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like they go like, hey, you stupid fucks who said this is a tech show. How much tech is anime, you stupid bitch? Huh? How much tech is anime? Because they spent a fuck ton of time talking about anime.
And rightfully so. Listen, Demon Slayer's kicking ass. They have their movie coming out. Listen, that's their future.
Yep.
You're not included, Galloper, unless you like anime and want a nice Honda.
Facts.
Hey,
it's true.
Anime probably has one of the highest returns on investment, especially when you factor in the anime conventions and the mangas that people purchase. Like, people buying shirts and all types of memorabilia and calendars and doing the cosplays.
Again, you think they're going all in on that shit for no reason?
Yeah.
It's we hear, listen, man loves anime. We hear all the stories. He follows it. What they pay those people to draw.
Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. It's
I
so
could
bad.
start my own anime over there. You know what I'm saying? I could go over there and make me a Demon Slayer. Like, that's how much they pay them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they pay these people nothing.
Yeah.
So it costs them nothing to make these things.
And they milk it
and
so
they
much.
Milk it, bro. Demon Slayer was the highest grossing film in Japan history when it launched. Yeah, bro, listen, that's where they want to be. They want to be in low risk, high reward scenarios. Even if they come out with a shit anime that people don't like, no skin off their back, on to the next one. It's not like a video game where you go ahead and you listen to Herman Hulse tell you that, yo, believe this is going to be our Star Wars. Okay. This is going to be our most important IP. That fucking NyQuil bitch that I made, fuck her. Concord is going to be the shit.
Well,
Concord.
The special thing with anime is that there's not a lot of risk because of the mangas. So if the manga does well, like Demon Slayer was a manga first. So it was basically a comic. If the comic does well,
yes,
then you already know you have a hit on the anime side. So like that's kind of like their approach. So they don't really have this high risk when they do these animes because they already know what type of success they'll have based on how the manga did.
Facts.
So what you're saying is make a Concord manga and see how that goes, and then move on to the anime.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put it beyond them to be like, "Hey, we're bringing Concord back as an anime." I can see it.
Hey, that's
Why not?
Levels wasn't bad. I watched the Concord episode.
Is it?
It wasn't bad.
And we still didn't watch that shit.
I was
Well,
mad at how short the Mega Man one was. The Mega Man one was pretty good.
Yeah, they range from like 13 minutes to like 19. I think Concord's one of the longer ones, right?
Yeah,
we kind of went in there and looked through, but didn't watch any yet. Maybe we'll get to it. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We got our boy Raiden Blade in the building.
Raiden Blade, what's good?
Man, appreciate you, homie. Says Phil
Thank
put
you.
SIE in a corner in the Xbox. This is an Xbox. Yo, I mean, damn, bro, it's true. It's true. He got these suits like locked, yo. It's crazy. Showtime Breezy in the middle of that $2 super chat says
Thank
PlayStation, the gift that keeps taking, giving. I know, right? Thanks. So tell me that to the super chat
Thank
says
you.
to start the
Back to back,
PlayStation car,
baby.
you have to blow into it. Oh shit!
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
The center console, a hole pops out, and you just see this.
Your car.
Hey,
We gotta blow it.
Right.
It goes back.
The DualSense can finally have some use on the steering wheel or something.
That's what they do. The steering wheel has that DualSense technology. You're saying got the,
We've taken
blows.
Bo into the next level.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Our boy Will Bro Boy Lewis in the building. That $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Says not listening live. Just heard CMoney say a PlayStation showcase would be 5 minutes because only one game. Remember, State of Play. They did 16 minutes on Concord. Did they really?
That's crazy.
16
That's almost
minutes
as long as the
on
game
Concord.
lasted.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god, that's a problem, yo.
2 minutes
That-
for
that-
each day. Yeah.
Oh my
That's
god.
crazy. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh, Concord.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah. It's definitely a crazy situation. Crazy situation. Like you can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't make this shit up. I don't know. It's pretty. Look, if I was watching an event from Microsoft and they said like, "Hey, we're bringing the future of Microsoft to this event." Okay, the future of Microsoft, everything that Microsoft has, that's the future. If I saw that and they just left out gaming completely, I would be like, damn.
You would be like that. The Twitter would be melting.
Facts.
It would be
Facts.
melting down. It would be insane.
Big facts. They would go crazy. They would want to destroy Phil. They'll ask for his head on a plate. It's crazy. They would say the most ridiculous stuff ever. And again, PlayStation, Sony comes out, said future of Sony. Only mentions PlayStation as hey, it's been 30 years. You know? It's been 30 years.
Look how far we've made it. I mean, the fact that Yoshi left or is leaving soon, it's very telling. Like he was there from the start. It's just, it seems like it's over. Insomniac, when they came out here and they put that speech out there, it was kind of like a goodbye letter. It all seems like it's over, and everybody knows it, but the developers.
It does feel like that. It does feel like that.
Some of their biggest creatives are leaving, so I mean,
some of their biggest creatives have left.
Yeah.
Right. Like every place that they've had people leaving. You know what I'm saying? Like it's wild, but just is what it is. Yeah. All right. So technically, we did not start the show yet.
Oh, so I'm on time.
Technically, you're on time, Pharaoh. Technically, you didn't miss the actual topic. I don't know how to timestamp this.
Look at this question though. Sir Riffs a lot. Thank you for rocking out. Thank you for being here. Wait, hold on. I'm having trouble with my clicker here. Okay, so he asked, what if Concord was successful? Imagine a future like that. Listen, would that have made a big maybe it would have changed their demeanor, right, in the way that they feel about gaming moving forward, but I don't think that they'll be able to keep up with competing with what's out there. So it's just, that's why it seems like such a downhill situation, because you try to figure out how they can get it together or what they can do or what they should do to their games, but that's just like one game. Where are the rest? Yeah. Right? I feel like that would have been just their one focus, Concord. Yeah, and that would have been it.
They need at least like 4 strong live service games. They like right now they have Helldivers, so Concord would have been good, but the fact that Destiny has like died, that hurts. And then you still have Marathon that's supposed to come out, and that's not looking good. You have that Fair Games game coming out that doesn't necessarily look promising either. So I mean, they still will be behind the 8 ball, but I'm sure they would feel a lot better than where they are right now.
But this is what's so telling about what they're trying to do. Is Destiny, has it been dying, or have they been shutting it off? They had a nice amount of people still interested. They did the last, what do they call it?
Final Shape.
The final shape, yes. Yeah. And I joked about it being their last shape, but it seems like that's the approach that they themselves are taking. So as they've continued to like let people go from Bungie, maybe the investment that they're putting into, a Bungie studio and maintaining these games are not bringing back what they wanted to. So maybe this is why they're so disinterested with it. But last we spoke, it was doing well, and they were kind of saying, okay, so we're going to kind of start shutting things down. Like, this is it. This is the last hurrah.
Well, they said they weren't going to make any more big
updates.
Big updates.
Yes.
Big DLC. It was just going to be, maintenance and like little,
they're done.
Pop-up things. And supposedly there's like a couple named one. I think one's is like called Frontiers and some other shit. But like, there's a whole big thing on that too. Like they lost 90% of the players since Final Shape dropped, which is obviously it's right.
But how do you continue to invest your time and energy on a game that they already kind of told you we're done with it, right? So do you find a new thing to kind of move on to?
I think the bigger question is, why do you spend $3 billion on a product that's about to no longer have any relevance?
Exactly.
I think that's the bigger question. Like $3 billion for a game that you're going to get the end of its life cycle? Because they got, 2 major DLCs since they purchased Bungie? They got 2 major DLCs. The one that came before Final Shape and Final Shape. I think that's all they got out of it. So it's like, it was a 10-year game and you got 8 years and you got 2 years out of it for $3 billion, but you paid $3 billion. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it's definitely not a good look. It's definitely not a good look. And again, that brings into question what's going to happen with Bungie, right? The how is that going to survive if Marathon doesn't hit, right? Like there's a lot of questions that come from that, right? But let's go ahead and let's officially let's put a timestamp somewhere. I feel like there's a lot of good stuff that we talked about, but it's all over the place. So just not a good way to timestamp or put my chapter together for that one. But let me I'm gonna take the chapter now, and then we'll see where we end up with this one. What are we at? Night Quest, right? All right. So I got my chapter here. Okay. So again, and we've talked about this quite a bit, so I'm not going to go too crazy. I do want to bring up some of the actual stuff that came from it. But obviously the title of the show is Sony brought their future to CES 2025, and that did not include PlayStation. On the thumbnail, you see TV, you see anime, you see music, you see cars, all that fun stuff. It's wild that that's where we are, but you know, it is what it is, right? So that being said, when you go ahead and look, let me see if I have the car here. So they showed the car. I'm sure you guys all saw it. The Afeela, the Afeela car. I thought I had it. Like so much stuff popped off. Oh, okay. Wait. It's getting there. Okay. So this is all the TV stuff. All right, they sold the car, the Afeela, right? I'm sure you all saw it. I wanted to show you the Honda one so you could see that that Honda was not messing around, because that one is technically called a Honda. The Afeela, the Honda Afeela, I guess. But if you look here, right, here you go. So this is actual Honda, all right, and this is their own series. Right, so if we click this, let's see if we can open it up. We're gonna be oh shit. Well, that music is loud, so I don't think we need the music. But if you look, they got their own Hondas, right? First of all, that looks like a Lamborghini.
Yep.
Which
the
is
body.
That's fire.
That is sick.
And then this is immediately both. That's the SUV. These immediately look way better than that Afeela bullshit. Okay, like not even close. We're not even talking like the same league. Like, no. How embarrassing is it? Like, you're like, all right, we got this deal with Honda. We're about to drop some fire. Afeela is going in. Let's happen it. Let's make it happen. It's beautiful. Let's do it. And then, like, immediately after, Honda's like, yo, you thought that was good? That's trash. Look at what we got. Yo, tell me this car doesn't look better than this shit box of Afeela that they showed.
Yeah. 10 times.
It's embarrassing. Yo.
Seriously though, like, do you have a feel out with you? Like, and then can we just agree that they're not good with names, like coming up with names for the Afeela, Pisser. Like, what are we doing here? Who is running this? Like, where are these talks taking place, and can somebody help them fudge out? Man,
maybe that's where it's taking place. It's taking place in Afeela Pisser.
It sounds like dartboard names. They had a dartboard, and it's like wherever the dart goes, that's what we're calling this thing.
Can you imagine?
Here it is. This is the Afeela. You see it?
This is, guys, check this out. Check out this mess.
So we just went through that. Do you guys see it or no?
Yeah,
I can see it. Yes.
Okay, that's your Afeela.
It's very plain Jane.
It's so whack.
Yeah.
It came out. sat there, and they went back. And it's like the slowest rollout and the slowest go back. So like, what are you?
Are they going to show it around? Like, the disconnect, it kind of looks, it has like a little bit of a old school vibe, and the Honda that, the Honda
looks like a 92
it looks
Honda
futuristic.
Accord.
Yes. Thank you. But yeah, I'm not feeling this.
Yo, facts, yo, facts. This is it. This is the
Afila, guys.
This is the Afila.
Look at this. Okay.
89,000.
Yep.
What?
102,000. And hold on, that price includes a 3-year complimentary subscription, right? It's 3 years complimentary, but after 3 years,
for the car.
yo, that's 100% what it is. Told you, hey, somebody said it. They're gonna have to make them do the PSN name. That's what it is, yo. That's what it is. But this is what they showed, the car, which was embarrassing. It's like, come on, man. Like, really, that's what we're talking about. And then people might have said, oh wow, there's gonna be games. Well, no, actually, they showed, movies, TV, right? Ghost of Tsushima anime, Horizon Zero Dawn movie, Helldivers 2 movie. It's like, what, TV, right?
I gotta say something about the Helldivers 2 movie thing. Like, can we all agree that Helldivers is a copy of Starship Troopers, which is already a movie, and now they're going to make a movie on a game that was based on a movie? Like, anybody else see the irony in this? Like,
it's wild. I love that you're bringing that up, though. Like, everybody wants to pretend that it's not like what's taking place.
I still see a Helldivers film just doing very well. Like the advertisements for the game are very cheesy. I mean, they're effective, but
they're gonna go for that Starship Trooper cheesy. That's what they're going for, which is crazy.
Been there, done that.
Don't send that to the box office. That's all I gotta say. Straight to Netflix, straight to Prime,
straight to DVD.
Netflix is like, nah, we're gonna pass on that.
Yeah, it's a problem. But again, every time you thought maybe they were gonna mention a game, the only time PlayStation got brought up was in regards to their IP, and it was just for movie, TV. You got, again, Ghost of Tsushima Legends and the Helldivers movie, fucking Horizon. I can't believe that's going to be a movie. And then that's it. It was just, that's all they came with. That's the value that PlayStation has to Sony. You understand? Like, that is 100% the value. And it's just kind of, it's sad to see that that's the reality that they have. And they're delusional. They just let that act like nothing's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like they're sitting there really trying to feel better about this. And I don't think that that's a smart thing to do. I think at some point you got to just kind of wisen up and be like, all right.
So even the park wasn't real, right? It wasn't amusement park.
Oh yeah, honestly, I thought it was going to be more exciting than actually, like, I thought we were going to see, like, I don't know, maybe like an amusement park or something. But no.
At this point, we're like, we'll just bring in the amusement park.
Dude, they literally had a company come out talking about a track, like this lift that you put the car on. So when you record movies.
Oh my gosh.
And the lift does this and simulate the car moving, and that's like this big breakthrough. I'm like, bitch, I did that at Chuck E. Cheese when I was like 5. Like, why are you treating this shit like this is special? Like, what are you talking about? You can make the car move. Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Like, you're embarrassing yourselves with this shit.
So, from the show, did you guys take anything away, or did anything stand out to you guys that we're overlooking?
No, I just once I saw that they were doing a movie for Horizon Forbidden West, I was like, and there it is. Like the writing's on the wall. They
doing a
already
movie?
remastered the game, and now they're doing a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
Oh, I thought they were doing a show. Oh, a movie. Yeah.
No. Nope.
Like they used to have a game that leaked for Horizon, not the Lego one, but remember that thing that looked like a Fortnite game? And there were rumors of a multiplayer version, and I'm like, oh man, maybe it'll be like Monster Hunter. Like that would have been a cool multiplayer, Horizon game. Make it like Monster Hunter. You're hunting Dinobots basically. No, we're gonna make it like Fortnite. Like, get the hell out of here with this. Like, I don't know. And I real quick back to the car. As much as I hate how the PlayStation 5 looks, whoever designed that freaking thing that looks like a humidifier or whatever, they should have designed the car. That would have had more flair or design to it if they let that person design the car than whoever they do that. I don't know. That just
facts. You know what's the craziest shit? That when they showed the idea that they were going to make the movie, they put up the remastered poster in the back. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
to
why?
remind everyone,
But like, that's
Just
a show.
reminder.
Like, they haven't done shit, man. They're just hoping that people are going to get excited about
But
something.
it's true. Fuzzy just brought up their online Horizon multiplayer, and it's like, why are you not showing that now? If it's happening, if you're working on it, this was the perfect opportunity to go ahead and do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're hiding.
It's like they forgot how to build up hype on games. It's like, well, maybe the movie will get people to buy the remaster we just did, and due to budget cuts, they had to reuse the artwork from the remaster instead of saying like, oh yeah, we're going to film this movie. No, where's the movie poster? Come on, that's like standard fare. Like even Marvel and Disney do that for things that are like 4 years out. They got a movie poster at least. No, this is the box art for the remaster that they just used for the remaster a couple of months ago. Like,
and Horizon should be anime. It's
crazy.
It should not be live action.
Yeah.
Facts. Agreed.
Well, it was so cringe when they were talking about Lego Ho, and there was a song that was made, and the lady is talking about how she took all the elements from knowing the game so well and came out with this. She wrote this song, and she just imagined everybody laughing, and it makes you want to dance, and it's like, have you played the game? What? Like, what are you talking about? But that was a little crazy. But
yeah, that was actually really funny. Like, it's just like a random situation, like just random, like just coming out of nowhere, talking about this stupid ass Lego, Horizon Adventures during this show, like this show about PlayStation. I'm sorry, about Sony, and they chose, again, every time they talked about it, it was always for a different reason. Lego Horizon Adventures, not because it's a game to play and it's Lego. No, it's because it was music. Music was it. That's all it was about. It was about the artist who wrote the music. And she was completely, like, she just proved that she had no knowledge of it. She's just writing some random shit that just was not, just wasn't it, man.
She just wasn't a lullaby. put people to sleep
oh my gosh.
even faster.
Seriously,
like, oh, night.
Yo,
sleepy time.
I mean, it's the truth. Freaking Hargeet played it and was.
Oh my gosh, yes. He said he can only do 25 minutes at the time. It was painful.
That's wild.
And he bought it for both PC and Switch.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna, show them that
this is the way.
release their things on other things, and he was like, I regret it. The game sucked ass. It's like, well, that's what happens, man. That's what happens. There's no quality bar anymore for these people, bro. They just put shit out, and they just kind of just hope that hope that it sticks. And fam, like that's it.
Even when you hit the quality bar, nobody buys the shit. So
True.
That's true too, man. That's true too. That's real true. I think people are just disinterested.
Yeah, that's where you stick to good enough.
Agreed. Agreed.
They don't know what people want anymore.
Facts. All right. So let's move past this a little bit. Actually, did you see this here? I won't make it a separate. I just kind of lump it in with all the losers that are PlayStation fans. This place says there's like an article. Former Concord players not happy with Marvel Rivals' success. Why did Concord have to die and Marvel Rivals gets to live?
Because you didn't buy Concord. You didn't buy it. You didn't play the game. Why do we have to spell these things out? How is that even a question? Like, do they not know what took place?
The funny thing is, I remember after seeing that state of play, because remember, Marvel Rivals was in that same state of play. I was like,
yes.
Did anybody over at Firewalk not realize that was happening? And they'd be like, uh-oh, we should probably cancel our game because Marvel Rivals are free to play, mind you. Looks like a way better concept than what, Guardians of the Galaxy dollar store, reject or whatever you want to call it. Like they were in the same state of play. And it was clear to me, and I'm not really that hero shooter guy. It was clear to me that Marvel Rivals was the better game by far. And you're going to try to convince me to pay for Concord? Like, are you crazy? Like, somebody at Sony had a death. That's what it was. I don't know.
Literally made no sense.
I want to know who these players are because only like 3,000 people played the game and half of them work for Sony. So,
right? They're devs, everybody. They got everybody up. Man.
Yeah, it's a really wild situation, but that's what ponies do. That's who they are.
G maybe was good.
What's up, G maybe?
G maybe right after wrote in Discord, what does Sony do? It's like
nothing. That's the problem. They have no reason to exist at this point. Meanwhile, over at AMD, so before Sony's thing, AMD had their thing, and Matt Booty came up on stage and had some things to say about AMD. I do have it here, so let's go ahead and switch gears and let's listen to what. Do I have it here? Where the fuck did it just go? Hold on. Oh,
right there. Yep, I see it.
All right. So let's hear what thanks to VGT Gaming News, they clipped the part of Matt Booty talking, and let's hear what they have to say, and then we could talk about it. Because I think it's been taken out a little bit out of context.
Already?
A little bit taken out of context, I think. All right, I'm gonna play it. Let's do this.
AMD has been an incredible partner to Microsoft in this journey, helping us drive innovation across every level of gaming, from powering the latest generation of Xbox consoles to enabling cutting-edge hardware for PC gamers. Their technology has consistently pushed the industry forward. Our decades-long partnership with AMD has resulted in several of the underlying gaming technologies that are used by all the biggest developers today. This ranges from development of OS-level graphics APIs like DirectX 12 Ultimate and ray tracing, to larger caches, multi-threading, and driver optimizations that enable more games to be played on more devices. The Activision team is proud to partner closely with AMD to optimize Black Ops 6 for AMD Ryzen processors and Radeon graphics. Our teams can't wait to see what they can do with the next generation of processors and GPUs with Ryzen X3D and RDNA 4. Technologies like FSR and frame generation make some of our most demanding games, like Starfield, run better. These optimizations give our teams more headroom to not just push more pixels, but to actually explore richer gameplay, deeper physics modeling, and more robust systems. And this dynamic of hardware technology enabling our devs to do more continues in the future, with FSR4 on the latest graphics cards bringing high-quality machine learning upscaling to games like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 later this year. Thank you, Lisa, Jack, and everyone at AMD for helping our teams achieve more.
All right. So this here, I think a lot of people took this and kind of ran with it, and somehow kind of got the idea that they were talking about this for like this generation, like that it was just going to, like, Call of Duty on Xbox was going to be using this, and I feel like this is pretty clear that that's not what they're referring to here. I mean, maybe they are going to bring FSR4 to this generation, but from what we heard here, this is clearly about the future, right? So this is clearly about, you know, later this year for the next gen hardware. And, you know, he alluded to the idea of like in the future, right? So, you know, it's clear that they're going to be looking at RDNA 4 and, you know, FSR 4 and all that stuff for the next generation console as well. But like, as far as right now, this, no, I think a lot of people ran with that. And I think that's just, I feel like that's wrong. Baby, what do you think? Do you think he's saying that Xbox is going to be doing this, getting this year now, or is
no? What I'm hearing is that this is working for us. This is what we've been able to do with it, and we're going to continue to move forward with it. That's what I'm hearing from what we have been speaking about. The new console's right around the corner, so this makes sense for him to be out here and kind of saying this is how we're moving forward, and this is what we've been able to do with this tech. That's all I got from it. Like, I didn't hear that they're going to go ahead and incorporate it to what is it that they're saying, that they think that they're going to incorporate it. What are they even saying?
I think some either some content creators or some people on Twitter got really gassed up on this idea, like that Xbox announced, like, hey, like this is happening right now. And I think this is about the next one. You know what I'm saying? I think this is just kind of preparing everybody, letting everybody know, like, hey, we've been partners with AMD.
Exactly.
Remember, Sony came out. Remember, Sony just recently came out on their, you know, little tour of letting everybody know about the flopflation, that they're working with AMD, right?
Yep.
So Xbox has not officially, you know, put that out there.
They haven't said anything.
So
about
the fact that they're saying this, it's like, okay, yeah, of course we're gonna do AMD. We've been working on forever. All this great tech, everything is great, blah blah blah. And then it's like, you know, that's it. This is like them saying we're still working with them. We're gonna stay working with them. It's all good, right? And I think that's what this is about. I don't think this had anything to do with this console. I think this has to do with the PC shit that they're doing, and then, you know, in the future. Because again, he did talk about the future, and again, it's just lining up the fact that AMD is going to be making the next Xbox,
which we were wondering about too, especially after what's his name for the flop station. Yes, when they came out here and said how they were moving forward. Yep. So we were wondering the same thing.
Yeah. So there's just confirmation. I mean, what do you guys think? Did you hear anything different? What did you take from what he just said?
I'll put it this way. I'm sorry. I think the studios that made Call of Duty Black Ops 6 are going to go back in and do the extra work to make sure that the new AMD cards that are coming out later this year will be able to take full advantage of FSR4. I get the impression, especially with it being him making the appearance with the Xbox logo behind him, that even though they didn't say this, but it's kind of hinted at that the next gen Xbox, not the portable or not the handheld, or at least I don't think so, but whatever the, under your TV box that they release, I think it will be RDNA 4. And if it's coming in 2026, that makes sense because that gives them ample time to scale it down somewhat for the console end of things, in an APU format. But I do think the current consoles that are in our hands today can benefit, and here's how. If we look at like how Xbox does their cloud streaming, it's using hardware from the current generation consoles. If they start doing kind of like an Nvidia move with the next gen consoles being the replacement in the cloud, because a lot of people are still using their Xbox Ones still to this day. You could probably use your Series X and S years into the next generation and not really notice, other than, depending on your internet speed and whatnot, that much of a difference where you'll be streaming the new hardware on your, what is current gen consoles and see some of the improvements. Like they're already hinting at doing something similar with the Nvidia stuff with, I guess Outer Worlds 2 was also announced as Nvidia GeForce Now day one or at launch day. I mean, you have to buy it, obviously, of course, or you could use your, I guess, PSN login. Not PSN. What am I saying? Your Game Pass login to be able to stream it. So I think moving forward, we will see Xbox hardware with RDNA 4. The chips or the GPUs that are coming out from AMD or their partners later this year to compete with the 50 series cards from Nvidia, they'll see the benefits of FSR, day one, and then the next gen console or the next gen Xbox, and I'm going to continue to refer to it as Nextbox, Xbox. It's the next generation Xbox.
Nice.
Plus, it's backwards compatible with NE Xbox previous console. So I think that's what they were, or what Matt Booty was pushing for, to kind of let people know, hey, our studios are going to start working on this updated hardware, even though it's not in your hands today. Just bear in mind, in the future, it will be in your hands and you'll see the benefits from it. Or if you choose to upgrade your PC this year with the AMD cards, you'll see the results, because we're already ahead of the game and trying to get, that optimization stuff done. So they're working 2 steps ahead to make sure that the next gen console transition, in 2026 will be a smooth one. And they're also making sure that, anybody that upgrades their PC, because a PC can be an Xbox as well. They'll be able to benefit from what they're doing behind the scenes now. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, which
see that they're doing that.
Which they're gonna do for Nvidia too, right? So all the new shit that Nvidia dropped is DLSS 4 and all that shit is all gonna be usable in the new, in Black Ops 6. It's all gonna be upgraded, right? Like they're gonna do that for everything. So yeah, I just don't know. I didn't see this as like a big Xbox thing, more like for the future. But like you said, I do see how, with the cloud they can optimize it and get better performance for the older consoles and shit like that too, which is also great. Farrell, what do you think, man?
I didn't see it necessarily as them talking about the next Xbox. I thought it was just them supporting a partner at their event. But I do think that the next Xbox will be powered by AMD. And them being at the event kind of hints towards that. But I didn't take it from this particular event that that's what that's not what I took from Matt Booty, is that he was talking about a next Xbox or anything like that. I think he was just purely supporting his partner in this event.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was like a fully like this was a discussion about the next gen. I think it was just like he talked about it, and then he did just mention a part about and into the future. Mm-hmm. So I just took the into the future as in whatever else they do is also going to, have this. But yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just I think AMD. Honestly, I think AMD knew what they were getting into with this CES. and like having Xbox come out and like publicly back it was a good look for them because
Yes.
Nvidia fucking smashed them.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
you want the. I mean, Xbox is like what the biggest game publisher now. So if you have them on your stage, it's kind of important.
Facts. Now the thing is,
I wonder if Hiroki couldn't make it.
yeah, no, Hiroki was not invited. Hiroki was like, "No, I'm good. So the one thing that I found interesting though, which is wild, because I feel like this is all like cross pollination, right? So right after Nvidia's event, Satya Nadella actually came out and posted this, says just in time for test time scaling, we have our first NVLink 72 clusters live in Azure. Here's to the next generation of AI built on these systems. And this is Nvidia's new platform for AI and all this other shit. So it's like, it's interesting that they'll use Nvidia to power all their important shit, like Azure in the cloud and all that stuff. And it just,
Satya.
yeah, it's like, okay, well, why didn't you use them for the fucking console? Like, that's one thing. It's weird. Like, I see Nvidia, I'm like, God damn, why? I wish, oh man, if Xbox was just say, fuck this shit, we're done. Nvidia, make our shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Goddamn,
I could see them still supporting, because Xbox, well, Microsoft in this place where they want to be kumbaya with everyone. I could see a world where they still support AMD, but have an Nvidia-based console. Yeah, I could see that.
Dude, what if they take the idea of the whole PC situation and make like two versions of the box, you know, like the AMD
Oh my
box,
gosh, that would be
box, like,
amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they could do that. I mean, I'm sure that would present some more development issues, but they could figure it out.
I mean, I'm sure. But something, it just, I don't know, man. They're out here showing Nvidia, they're hooking up with them for Azure. Like, let's go all the way, baby. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate AMD for all your time and energy. But you guys
Goodbye.
are not fucking, I don't know, man.
If they went AMD, if they went Nvidia and PlayStation went AMD, then we could just kill the power narrative right there.
Oh yeah, it would be over. And this is why it's crazy, but this is why Nintendo is such a sleeper kind of conversation, because they do have Nvidia and they literally just announced DLSS 4 and like future, like it literally predicts the future as well. Like, it's crazy what's happening over there. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think it's time to have that conversation. That one guy, it's not you, it's me. Yeah, it's not you, it's me. I'm sick of your whack ass production capabilities. I need someone who's going to take us to the future, baby. Listen, say what you want, but Nvidia, they're killing it, bro.
Yeah.
Space Shot says, I don't think Nvidia is going to partner with anyone to build a console, to be honest. I'm pretty sure Nvidia is making the
Switch 2.
Yeah.
Part 2. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. I think so, man. Gun Griffin says no, Nvidia won't let Microsoft own the video chipset they make. Microsoft requires that so they can't get screwed over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that's true. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's true.
The thing
I'm
I
just
could see possibly happening is Nvidia makes an NPU, basically the neural processing unit. I could see them having a separate AI chip in the next console, and it could be. I'm leaning more towards it being Intel doing it, but I could see it being Nvidia. Have an NPU from them, and then the APU, which is basically your CPU and GPU in one, can still be AMD, and they can work together inside that box. We'll see if that's the route they go, but I think we'll see something like that in the next gen console, because I think an AI chip, I'm not going to say it's a must have, but it's seeming more and more like that, especially considering that there's built-in software level stuff in the next Windows application, that there's, all these, chip manufacturers are working on AI stuff, and all of them are doing their own upscaling stuff. Yeah, an AI chip is almost a necessity for the next gen console.
Yeah, I mean, especially since we know, what like how deep AI is in all of this tech now. I mean, really, you look at if you watch that Nvidia joint, which I did, like they are going all in. Like they are pretty definitive with the idea. Like this just is what it is. Like their whole new slate of cards are entirely, essentially AI like boosted, right? Like that's why the 5070 is able to be cheap and still give you 4090 performance. 4090 was at $1,600, right? And you're going to be able to get a 5070, a better card, because it's going to be using better tech overall, but at the power level of a 4090 for $550.
That's crazy.
$1,600 worth of 550. I mean, that's huge, and it's because they are forcing AI to be the end all be all. Like they're going all in on it because this is like the next frontier. Right? Everything else has already been there, done that. Right. We've been hearing forever that, the rasterization, like the power of a console to just brute force things, and even on PC to just brute force things, can only go so far. Right. Like they're already kind of maxing that part out. Yep. So the part that takes it to the stratosphere, the part that takes you to anywhere you can imagine when it comes to gaming, is AI. And AI used in the actual games, and then AI in the power output, right? And going in there and actually taking a certain amount of power and pushing it through. They showed a clip of this amazing looking, I'm going to call it a game. It looked like a game. They framed it as a game. It might just be a little tech demo they put together. But they said that there was like 36 million pixels that were on the screen at any given moment. And they only rendered. So the power of the machine, like what the machine was doing to create that image, they only rendered 2 million pixels. The other 34 million, or if it was 33, then it'd be it was either 33 or 36 million. So, but it was definitely 2 million pixels were actually rendered. Everything else was AI.
That's wild.
Everything else was AI just producing the rest of the image because it understands it and knew what it was. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Determined that that's the path to take, 100%. For sure. When it comes to technology, this type of tech. So, absolutely, it's like Blu-rays, right? That was the way.
Facts. I mean, when you go ahead and you think about the future of gaming, right? Like there's like this is going to be a big deal. Let me take a chapter real quick. Let's transition over into that conversation a little bit, because we did hear some rumors kind of recirculate, but understand, like we did already get an actual Microsoft document leak, right? So like, I know this idea that people are trying to maybe it's fear. It's probably fear.
That's possible.
That the ponies are trying to deny it, and like the media, like the pony media is trying to deny it, or whatever it is. I don't know. But we have official documents from Microsoft that leaked that tell us that they are doing. It's going to be a hybrid console, and it's going to be hybrid because there's going to be actual compute that's available on the actual, in the console, but then it's also going to be AI, right? AI driven for power and everything, right? So AI is going to play a huge role. Xbox has already laid this out, and come on, open your eyes. Look at what's happening right now.
Yes.
Right? You watch the entire thing. It's all about AI. Even AMD got into AI. But Nvidia for sure, they're really pushing this. And the world is pushing this, man. The on Twitter, not some special AI company, on Twitter, they have a program called Grok or X1 now, I think they called it. And like, that's how I made the thumbnail. It's all AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just like AI is fucking here. This is a real thing that is happening. And this is the future. And when you look at a company like Nvidia, who is, by the way, one of the biggest companies on the stock market, right? Like, it's between them and Microsoft and, you know, and Apple and Amazon, like that group just keeps, and Tesla obviously keeps kind of going around, but they're up there. They were number one for a while. They were the first company to hit 3 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, bro, like, they're going all in, and Microsoft is going on in. You see the fucking, their Azure is being powered by Nvidia. Like, I mean, starting, you know, like, that's what they're doing as far as like the AI component of it, right? Like, this is the investments that are being made, right? This is what's happening. So, you know, right now we're in this amazing place in gaming where, you know, we are going to, you know, we were there at the beginning, right? Or at least very close to the beginning for a lot of us. And we kind of get the benefit of being there. What seems like it's going to be a new beginning of what's possible in gaming.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, you know, the documents show that Microsoft was saying that they want to be, you know, like, creating brand new experience that were never before possible. Right? Like, that's coming from AI. Right. In that same document, you can see in there, it says forward compatibility. Right. Again, that's a leaked document. And then what did Sarah Bond come out, you know, mid last year
biggest
talking
technological
about?
Leap.
Putting, in February, they said they're doing something that's going to be the biggest technological leap. They said that after that, she came out and said she's putting a special team together that's, you know, focusing on forward compatibility.
Yes.
Funny that the new machine is supposed to have forward compatibility. Right. Like, that's
which by the way, this was the reason they kept, I forget when it was, they mentioned why do they have it in the box if they're not using it? Because of the next box, right? And that's when it's all going to gel together and it's all going to make sense. They're preparing for what they're kind of walking into. And I mean, it's pretty clear. I do think, like you said, part of it may be fear, but it is AI. That is the route that it's kind that they've been taking, right? Even, you know, going to universities with madmen, like, they are all very aware that AI is the future.
These kids.
And yes, they are teaching them, and they're bringing up that it's not that AI will take your job, but you have to know how to use AI in order, because somebody has to do it. Somebody still has to do it. So you have to be prepared for what's coming. And I do think that this is it's the way, whether it's one of those things that whether you're happy with it or not, it's inevitable. So, and you see the changes that it makes. Like you mentioned, you know, you talked about 2 million, and then 36 million of it were just by using AI. That's insane.
It is.
There are many advantages, and I think that, you know, in this industry it's a big deal.
Agreed, 100%.
It's going to be great for us as well, getting the games faster. I mean, just the developers going ahead and kind of getting these games together a lot faster.
Well, I mean, listen,
as it moves on, obviously.
It's clear, based off of what Nvidia is doing, right? It's clear that if PlayStation didn't suck and actually had capability of creating an AI platform that worked well, okay, if it wasn't trash like the pisser is, it's clear that, you know, a lot of this is going to allow prices to not, you know, go crazy or get more bang for your buck, right? Because
I mean, absolutely. Look at what's happening with the 5080, right?
The 5070.
5070.
That's $550.
How much? Yeah, that's insane.
For the power of a 4090 that we fucking bought for a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of fucking money. You know what I'm saying? It was like $550 now. I was like, all right.
Yeah, that's wild.
You know,
But it always happens with tech. Once they kind of figure out a way to make it for cheaper, you know, I mean, the new one is still $2,000. So, but that's like 240/90s.
facts. Yeah. For sure.
The 50/80.
Yeah,
right?
demo click somebody who said that somebody wrote that the PlayStation 5 Pro is better than the 5090.
Okay.
It's like, okay, all right. Well,
Still going. They don't give up.
cracked.
Maybe that was sarcasm.
Maybe. But either way, so that all that to say, I wanted to lead into the rumor of the next gen console. So this is back from May 17th, 2024. Okay. This dude, Ghost of Hope, who so if you see here, Call of Duty player leaker insider. Okay, so Call of Duty is his thing. Look at Johanna Faries, who was in charge of Call of Duty before she took over Blizzard. Follows this dude, right? Like, I mean, that's pretty interesting, right? So clearly there's something there with him. And back then he said he's hearing from trusted sources that the next Xbox is planned to be released in late 2026. Very likely that COD 2026 is a day one release for it. Okay, so that's where he got the original sources from, his Call of Duty sources that are saying that they already know they're launching in 2026 on the next console, right? So he followed up. This is now January, right? So he quote tweeted that from May because it's come up again, right? So he says, take this with a huge grain of salt. I'm hearing that the next console is still coming in 2026 and will be called Xbox Prime. Still unclear if it's a code name or the actual name. I've heard Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty is still being considered a day one release for this. So obviously that's a huge, a huge rumor to keep coming back up.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like,
in a rumor that, by the way, when you hear it, it makes sense.
yes, it's a logical rumor. It's not like some weird ass thing. Like you're like, how would that even happen, or why would it happen?
And when you think about how much PlayStation fought for the marketing rights of Call of Duty, and it's like now it's yours, right? Xbox has Call of Duty. What better way to release a console than to go ahead and attach Call of Duty to it? It's such a big force. It's such a moving force that it's almost a no-brainer, right? This makes sense to me. I think it's true. I think it's the right move. Call of Duty is no joke, man. This is what Jim Ryan was screaming about. And I still believe that this is how they were planning to release the PlayStation 5 Pro, and all those plans crumbled. So 2026 with Call of Duty for sure. The console with it makes sense.
It lines up to like just the timing, right? It lines up with Xbox having their 25th anniversary, right?
Yes.
Like that's the basically. They tried to do that, or that's where they ended up with they tried to do what was it on the 2000 to 2020? No. Okay. That was the first. They tried in 2020, they tried to launch Xbox and Halo together, right? For the first time since the last time, right? That didn't happen. But they did drop Halo on its 20th anniversary, right?
They did.
So they obviously couldn't make that happen back then. What better way to kind of fix that scenario than to go ahead and launch the next console on the 25th anniversary, which is 2026, and go ahead and we already saw we've heard the rumors. We saw the actual footage from the new Halo Studios that showed us the reboot of Halo, the first one. We saw the email messages that people try to downplay from the music guy from Halo messaging Phil like, hey, see what you're doing with this reboot. Why don't you have us come on and we can help out, right? Like it's all happening. There's this reboot that's taking place. What better way to go ahead and just do a repeat of 2001, right? You launch your Xbox console with Halo. You go ahead, you launch 2026 with the new Halo. I mean, that would be great. I think Call of Duty is huge, obviously, but you know, basically, doesn't Call of Duty like pretty much always launch like with the console? You know, for the most part, when there's a new one, like they always launch around November. It's always like right around there,
right around the time, yeah.
Anyway, so like that's not like a weird thing. I just think for him, that's how he knew that this was happening because he is a Call of Duty leaker. So before we go any further with this, I do want to get your guys' thoughts on this and what do you think about, you know, how true this can possibly be, and that name Xbox Prime. You know, I think it's a dope name. I think that's not gonna help them with people fucking understanding which Xbox this is.
No.
So if that's the name they give it, that might be a little much. You know what I'm saying? I think. I also don't know where they go from here. I don't think you could do another series, whatever, because then they're just letters at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't think you can continue that.
Yeah, then you're just going through the alphabet.
Yeah. So it has to be something that is definitive when you hear it, that you know that it's the new one. You could always do what Nintendo used to do and just say the new Xbox series. But yeah, so I don't know about Xbox Prime. It sounds dope in general because, you know, it's a nice Transformer reference. They own Activision now, so they've gotten the rights to the games. A bunch, you know.
Maybe it's just an implication to the transformation that they're going to be bringing to us with this new console, right? So
it's probably a code name.
Yes.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's a code name for sure.
I
would lean towards being a code name and not the actual console name.
I'm hoping, Pharaoh, because I'm not big. I know you said you like the name CMoney. I'm not big on the name. I can see what it means, but I'm not crazy about it.
Facts.
Yeah. People probably call it the XP for short. But yeah,
XP. At least it's not the fucking pisser. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So what do you think about the actual rumor, the idea that 2026 is the year? We've been hearing it for a long time, but you know, again, it's popped up again, like reinforcing the same rumor. What do you think?
We've been hearing it for so long, and this generation feels very short. I guess because of the pandemic that we went through, doesn't quite feel as long as other generations. But I can see this being a perfect time for Xbox to release a new console, especially being that they plan on releasing the new handheld as well in the near future that we've been hearing about. So I think it's a perfect time. You got all your big studios that you want. You got your release cadence that you would like. You have the advancements in technology to where you're really in that sweet spot with the AI and everything like that. So you're in a really great spot to release a new piece of hardware, especially considering that your main competitor on the console side, doesn't appear to be ready to release their piece of hardware yet. So you're like in this very sweet spot to where it does make sense to do that. So I can see that happening for sure.
Yeah, especially, I mean, the fact that they did forego a mid-gen refresh, right? Like they did not jump into that pool, and they're just like, nah, we're gonna rock out with this because again, we do know they're just PlayStation just playing catch up, right, to Xbox. But also, I just think when I think about the way that like the way that the Xbox as a brand was the strongest, right, was during their 360 era, right? And I mean, frankly, you know, the way that came about and why that success came was because they went ahead and they jumped first. You know, they did go first. They had a crap ton of amazing games that can only run there. Now, would that happen if they jump first now? No, more likely, like most likely not. The games will still come to other places. They're just going to have like that exclusive on real next gen looking games. Now, maybe they're just going to make games that just run on that new tech. And the only way you're going to be able to, you know, be a part of that is if you're with Game Pass and you have the cloud. You know, maybe that's the only way. But kind of putting that out there where you are essentially, if you do this, you will be jumping 1, if not 2 years earlier than the earliest that PlayStation 6 or whatever that would be would come out, right? Like,
yeah, I do think it would make a difference. I also think, you know, obviously we love the 360. It was such a big deal, right, for them to go ahead and get a head start. I think the problem with the 360 was what I call the pink eye, right? the ring of death, right? So that will leave anyone who's now facing a console that they invested in and it's dead, essentially, because it kind of happened to a lot or most people. When you hit that wall, a lot of people, I'm sure, said, you know what, instead of getting another one, what I'm going to go ahead and do is kind of move on and go ahead and get a PlayStation. I think enough time has gone by where, you know, especially with Game Pass, the curiosity kicks in, and not just the games, but the trust back on the box, right? They had, they have enough time that has gone by for people to feel like confident that this is not going to go ahead and take place again. So, you know, it was a big mess up and a big mess that took place. And I do think going ahead and getting a jump start, it will, especially considering the fact that PlayStation is out here saying for 10 years, we're not going to go ahead and release a new box. And you have all these games coming out. You want the new tech. You put Call of Duty next to it, and it does. It pushes the box. And it used to, again, like I said before, that's why they wanted the marketing rights with PlayStation. They wanted to go ahead and sell those bundles. So it is going to go ahead and change things. You brought up Halo. And yes, people know that Halo is on Xbox. And it would be an amazing moment, especially for Xbox fans. But it is an Xbox exclusive, and you come to the box to play Halo, right? So new people maybe will pop in. I don't know how many, but the people that have already not chosen the box to come in and play Halo, because Halo's been around for quite a while, may not go ahead and come in anyways. But putting Call of Duty there and seeing that this box just released and is gonna have, you know, you're gonna be able to play the new Call of Duty with new tech, it's a big deal. G Maybe, what's up, love? He says, if it was Prime, then people will associate it with Amazon's service. It was the first thing that came to my mind, G Maybe. So we're on the same page. It can't be. And again, I'm not big on the name.
Facts. Razor Ultra says, if PlayStation released a new generation just 2 years after people bought the Pro, those customers would be pissed. Literally. Get it? Because it's pisser.
Pisser.
I like Razor.
I love that. But you know what? They wouldn't do a damn thing about it, and they would just go ahead and pay up. If they haven't caused an issue, if they haven't flipped tables over what the pisser actually is versus what they try to go ahead and show people to begin with. Again, the lie got a little big and it got out of control, but they were feeding lies. So the fact that no one has, like, there's not an issue, and they were out here trying to avoid a lawsuit. But the reality is that there could have been a lawsuit. This was messy. This was not what they went ahead and advertised. And we're not talking about a video game that you spend $60, $70 on. And it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, I made a bad decision. This is a $700 console. So it's a big deal.
Agreed. You know, the other thing to keep in mind, because I think we're when we think about the name, we're running with this idea that the generations are going to stay the same in the sense that they're going to make the same type of consoles.
Yes.
But, we've heard in the past that most likely is not going to be. Looks like they're going to go back to, one console that sits under your TV, and that the smaller console, or like the S equivalent, is going to be the handheld.
Mm-hmm.
Right, or the portable version, or some kind of version of that, which would make the naming convention require new branding to signify like, hey, this is a handheld, right? Versus, hey, this is your console that sits at home.
True.
Right, because that is a something that we've have heard, and I think something that all of us think just makes sense, right? This idea of the handheld. During CES, which is live right now, it's full of handhelds, and more information keeps coming out. There's a lot going on with it, which I think is going to pertain to the next gen Xbox as well, with some of the stuff we're hearing from Steam and things like that. So
they have to be so careful with the handheld. It's such a delicate situation because there are so many out there, and they have to create something that could kind of just has the essence of everything that's great on each one, and also unique, right? So I do think that, based on what Phil has said, he's kind of tried them all and he knows exactly what he's looking for. So I'm just wondering how cheap is what he's looking for going to be, right? So we'll see if that's the way that it's going to go ahead and play out. The S is going to be like the handheld, right? It depends if you obviously you will have to dock it. It'll have to be like the Switch for it to kind of get that feel of a console. So we'll see.
Agreed. Now, Fuzzy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. I saw your note and I didn't want to. All right, cool. So what do you think? What do you think about the next gen coming in 2026, as we've had rumored in the past? What do you think of the name Xbox Prime? I think we all kind of agree that it's a code name, but I mean, what do you think about it? And then also the idea of what it's going to be, with the console versus handheld and all that fun stuff.
Well, I like the name, although I'm assuming it's probably just a code name, much like Scarlet was for the series consoles, although the individual names was, I think, Anaconda and Lockhart for the Series S and stuff. Scorpio wound up being called Scorpio to some extent. At least they had a Scorpio edition, but
they did.
Yeah, but I think because of Amazon, unless there's a lot of integration, which I don't think there will be. I mean, you'll be able to put like the Amazon Prime app on there to like watch movies and stuff, but I think that's probably where it stops. So I don't think they'll be able to bring it to market with the Prime name, just because that's so Amazon heavy. I can't see them doing it. But I'm still in favor of the name I want to give it, which is Nextbox, capital N, lowercase e, capital X, box, basically. Hopefully they give it something cool along those lines, or something that we will understand that it's the new generation, even though it seems more and more like generations aren't going to really matter as far as consoles. They're going to make sure that all of your stuff from the past as well as the future stuff works on the box, whether you stream it or what have you. But I think 2026, the holiday 2026 is, I won't say a guarantee, but I think it's pretty certain that we get a full-on console that will be like two consoles today, what the Series X is to the Xbox One kind of thing. I think we'll see that kind of jump. I think AI will be in the box. I think the handheld is separate from this. I think we get the handheld, hopefully holiday 2025. So 1 year ahead, because I don't think you need as powerful of a chip in a handheld, because it can be at a lower resolution, and with upscaling being better and better and AI helping that, I think you can get a pretty decent, gaming experience out of a handheld that might be less powerful than what comes in 2026. And I think even with a dock, it still doesn't have to be as powerful to look either almost as good or perform almost as good. Kind of like, the Series S to the X kind of thing. But I do think we'll be pleasantly surprised what they'll be able to pull off in a handheld. Like just seeing at CES how that Legion S, I guess it was,
The Legion
the
of
one
Skull.
that's made for Steam.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah, they're only charging $500 for that. And if Xbox is able to pull off the same, whether it's subsidized or not, I don't care. It's affordable enough to fit my budget, so that's what counts. And if they can pull that off, which I think they can, I hope we see that holiday 2025. Even if the dock is sold separately and it's like $100 extra or whatever, so be it. But I think having a portable console that's on par or better than the Series S, but easier to program for, which I know a lot of people are like, oh, blame the Series S for this game and that game, and all the while the Steam Deck is a lower spec thing, and all of these games run on the Steam Deck. Now they may not run at 60, some may run at 30, but you take it wherever you want to go, and that's not something that's easy to do in the gaming streets these days. The better the hardware, typically you're not going to be able to unplug it from the wall and get that same performance. So yeah, I'm hoping they do a 2 SKU thing, but whatever Xbox Prime is, going to be something that has AI in there, has all of the features we love in our Series X, like quick resume and the smart delivery and all those good features, and then some. Because like from what I'm hearing, Windows 12 is supposed to have quick resume kind of built in as well. So even the PCs will be able to experience what we got to experience in the Series X, which is amazing when you're bouncing from game to game. But then they're also working for having Windows have its own software built scaler. So whether the chipset or the AI built into the box or the software itself or combinations thereof, we probably won't be able to tell the difference of a source 1080 image being upscaled to 4K and then running at 60 to 120 frames. Maybe they have their own frame generation type of setup, and we never have to ever hear about a 30 frame game ever again on a console. But too many things there's too much smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So I honestly believe 2026 is where they, surprise Sony. And like people were saying, Sony isn't going to be able to do anything for at least a year or two, because if I refuse to spend the $700 on the PS5 Pro, but if I did, I would be pissed if, something came out a year or so later. Like that's why I fell off Sega after the Saturn. Like I didn't get the Dreamcast because I was like, at the time I was much younger and it was, money I earned myself kind of thing. So going from the 32X and the Sega CD, I was kind of strapped for cash. And then they're like, oh, the Saturn. Oh, well, that looks cool. And it's all in one unit. I don't have to buy like accessories for it. And I get the Saturn, I'm happy with it. And then they're like, oh, by the way, Dreamcast. And I'm like, like I just spent all this money on the Saturn. I'm like, nah. And then that's when I got my PlayStation 1. But I can't imagine them or PlayStation, that is, being able to respond for at least a year or two. And when they do, then more than likely Xbox will have a mid-gen refresh ready to cook them in a year afterwards. And I think at this point, diminishing returns is a thing in PCs at certain points, although we keep on getting new technology with this frame gen stuff. But I think with console, I don't think, a PS6 coming out a year or two after whatever Xbox releases in 2026 is going to be that much more of a noticeable improvement over what that console is. And I joked about it before when the PS5 Pro was announced. I was like, they should probably just withhold that and make that the PS6, because unless developers that didn't use the tools for the Series X and S to a great extent. I mean, there are some like Capcom and Ubisoft and a number of others like Sega that use the tools and get the games optimized and all the bells and whistles and ray tracing and all that stuff. But the smaller devs don't bother. So the PlayStation doing that, either the devs aren't supported, which it looks like they're not, because you got to turn the pisser off, or it's going to benefit or uplift the Series X, because then they'll finally see the tools of what Microsoft was trying to get them to do to optimize and stuff. Like, look at Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3. They tuned it to success, and it had a 20 or 30% performance bump for everything else. So it's like, I don't want Microsoft to be able to have to hold the hand of every dev outside of their first party and stuff like that. But I think whatever they have, which will probably be RDNA 4 for 2026, will be as good as it's going to get, and the PS6 isn't going to really do that much better. Sure, it might have more memory, but we remember how even having a faster hard drive or faster SSD didn't load games faster than the Xbox. Like, even without even using Quick, the series consoles were loading games in like 3 seconds compared to 4 seconds on the PS5 with the faster SSD. And then when you throw, quick resume into the equation, it takes that 3 second load and turns it into 1 second load. So it's like, I don't know. I think they jump. I wouldn't say jump the gun, but they jump ahead or leapfrog them. Launch in 2026. We already kind of got an idea of what they might have as a launch lineup. I'm still thinking, and bear in mind, I was looking at E-Day before it was named as Gear 6, and I was like, 2026 will be the year of the sixes. You're going to have Gear, which is now E-Day, Forza Horizon 6, and fingers crossed, knock on wood, maybe Elder Scrolls 6, and all intents and purposes, Grand Theft Auto 6 will probably be pushed to 2026. So it's going to be
wild, actually,
trifecta where you're going to have all these games coming out right at the same time as they release that console. Like, that's going to be a hell of a lineup. Even if they don't have the marketing for Grand Theft Auto 6, everybody's going to want to play it on, the next Xbox, for the fact that it's probably going to be 60 frames or better compared to even the PS5 Pro at this moment. The best it's going to do is probably see 30 frames. But yeah, I think Xbox, even though it doesn't seem like they always want to do the kill move against Sony, I think this is kind of like the inevitable. They're like, we can't wait on Sony. We got so much stuff cooking in the oven. Plus, we got other stuff we want to do. They're going to go ahead and release that bad boy console in 2026 and blow people's mind.
Go ahead.
I would say that if GTA 6 is launching at the same time as the new Xbox, I don't think Take-Two would do anything but take the Xbox marketing, because they want to show their game where it looks best at.
Yeah,
it will look best on the newest hardware.
That's possible. Yeah. That's possible. You know what's funny? Now that I'm thinking about this all the way through, I was very shocked that Outer Worlds 2 is dropping this year, 2025. Yeah. And there was rumors that Clockwork Revolution might have dropped in 2025.
Yes.
There was also rumors that State of Decay 3 was going to drop in 2025, but they kind of pushed it to 2026. And I started thinking to myself, it's like, man, it's a lot of games dropping. Like, why would they push all of these games, that are similar, these RPGs and things like that, even though they're different, but still. The idea is like, man, that's a lot of RPGs, but it's like, maybe now that COVID's all done and wrapped up, like they got to the point where these are like finishing up, and they're like, they want to get them out because next gen is right here, right? So they're like, let's get these out and get them flipped going right into the next gen, because you figure like Hellblade, right? Ninja Theory, whatever they're doing, clearly is going to be for next gen.
Next gen,
right?
for
Every
sure,
time a
yes.
game drops, that studio is
It's
shifting
already
over to their
going.
next gen project, right? Not to mention the ones that are already working on next gen projects. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why they're kind of trying to get, like, let's just get them out. Fuck it. Like, let's get them out in 2025 because 2026 is going to be the year of next gen.
Yeah, at that point, and it does make sense. It's at that point you have to kind of just clean the house and reset, right? And obviously, by resetting, we mean like what's coming out. You can't hold anything back, essentially, and if you do, it may not look next gen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that'll be a big issue for GTA 6 though, because you really want to show your game looking its best, and if you got to show PS5 footage when there's a Xbox Series available, just
doesn't be a problem.
Yeah,
it'd be a waste. It'd be a waste of the marketing, right? Like you want to be able to show your thing at the in the best possible way. Now, the other thing to keep in mind with the name, right? Could this be alluding to the kind of two-tiered console versus handheld? The Prime, as in Xbox Prime, as in Xbox Primary, like that's your main Xbox, like that's the main console, and then the other one will be secondary, right? That's the handheld. I don't know.
Yeah,
possible.
It seems like there could be a relation there with the names. Now, all right. So this was the actual. This is this guy. This is what he said. This is his leak, right? And then so he goes, and then from here, right? He quote tweeted himself yesterday and said, "If this is real, and I wasn't being lied to by my source, then should I expect lawyers at my door? LOL, not sure they legally can do anything, though, when I haven't signed an NDA, right?" And then Jez responded, "Nah, because it's not true." Okay. So he goes over here and said, this is where it's like immediately, it's like, okay, nah, because it's not true, right? But that's a big statement to say. So when I hear this, nah, because it's not true, that means everything is not true. Everything is being said, right? But then over here, Droid says, so it's not called Xbox Prime, or that the console released in 2026 before the handheld. Then he says, just this whole thing is made up. There's no such thing as Xbox Prime. Hardware in 26 could happen. 12 months is a huge landing strip. So again, it's kind of like, well, you're getting caught up on a code name. You know what I'm saying?
I love how for me right away, it's just like so quick to debunk what he's saying, right? It's because it's not true. Obviously, he said if my source didn't lie to me, right? So it's like, don't they all come out here that their source told them some nonsense? And it's like, you're reliable, but who's to say this guy is not?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, why put the blanket statement and then in the next, like, as soon as you get questioned on it, it's like, well, I mean, in 2026, something, it could happen in 2026. It's just the code name. There's no such thing as an Xbox Prime. But I mean, he's written articles himself that he knows that the next gen Xbox is happening. So, like, it's just so weird. Like, is it defensive? Like, you think he got defensive, like to defend maybe his articles in the past? Like, if there was an Xbox Prime, I would know.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, maybe it is, and you just don't know about it, right? That's a possibility.
Jez has been on record saying that he has no sources in ABK. He's been on record saying that. I don't know if it's changed since he said that, but he has gone on record saying he has no sources at ABK. And this guy is a Call of Duty leaker who is followed by the ex-head of Call of Duty. She now runs Blizzard. But like, he got his source from Call of Duty. The fact that he heard that the next Infinity Ward Call of Duty is launching in 2026 alongside the new console. I feel like that's a different route for this rumor to come from, as opposed to just somebody saying at Xbox, like, yeah, we're making the next handheld and it's launching in 2026. This is more of a, yeah, we're working on a launch game for that system. Infinity Ward would know if they're working towards a launch game for the next system, because Xbox would have briefed them and told them what to expect and what to do so that they could take full advantage of said console, right? So even if they don't have like a dev kit per se, they would at least have, targets or, things that would give them an idea of what to expect from AI and things of that nature, right? Like, am I wrong, or does that, the fact that he gets it from the Call of Duty side of things, gives it a little more, legitness?
I think it opens up the possibility, and I think that Xbox is such a big publisher now that they don't necessarily have to send out, if they do have a new Xbox coming in 2026, they don't necessarily have to give third-party developers dev kits yet, because they have enough games that they make themselves to showcase next generation. And
Facts.
a lot, and probably just like the Xbox One X, a lot of the previous generation games could probably just benefit from just having extra power. So they may not necessarily need the next gen features for you to still enjoy the benefits of having a next gen console and loading up a previous generation game. So I can see there being a world where dev kits aren't out in the wild, they're only internal, and there's a new console coming in 2026, and you'll only really be able to experience next generation games with Xbox titles for the first year or two.
I like that.
Do we think?
And it's true. They have so many studios. They have so much that they don't need to go ahead and go outside and kind of have things potentially leak in a way that they wouldn't want them to, even though they were the ones who send out all the emails and everything, and that came from them. So
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, do we think that, realistically speaking, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we're at a different time, right, with the way games are and how much they cost and all that shit. Obviously, Xbox has Game Pass, but still, just in like the idea of it is like, okay, do you launch and have Call of Duty as a launch title and have Halo as a launch title and Gears as a launch? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you clusterfuck it and get like a whole bunch of games, to drop on day one?
What better way to go ahead and make people like force the hand to sign up for Game Pass? Right now, they use kind of like the excuse of like, oh, games here and there. Maybe the following games I'm not into, or I don't want. When you go ahead and kind of bunch them up together, something for everyone, a nice bulk. It's like, are you going to go ahead and buy these individually? Or are you going to go ahead and pick up 2 or 3 of these games, and like when you can just sign up for Game Pass for a year? It's a bit silly. You got to kind of overwhelm the situation at times, especially with a brand new console. I'm sure the purchase of the brand new console will come with, like, right now you get X amount of time with a free Game Pass. I'm sure they'll set it up in that way as well.
Possibly. The only thing you run the risk is if you launch a bunch of games at the same time with Game Pass, you run the risk of somebody just subbing for a month or two and
you can't
everything out.
Go ahead and bulk them up if you're not ready for next, right? So for what's next, obviously they will have to have a lineup and kind of everything scheduled out with how they're going to go ahead and move forward. If we're talking about November, I'm still hoping for those December, a nice big December game. So I don't know. Before, I feel like Game Pass is such a sweet deal that is very easy to ignore and not know what's in there. It's like quick resume, right? You don't know until you have it. I think to go ahead and populate it with quite a nice amount of new games, it will make it very difficult after spending that time in there, especially if you're interested in all of the games that went in there, to go ahead, pack up and leave and say, well, now I'm going to go back to paying for my games.
I mean, go ahead.
I would say 3 games you bulk up for Xbox's new release. One of them is third party, which is Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, and Forza. I don't think you would do anything other than those 3, like Forza Horizon 6. I don't think you do 2 shooters together.
I mean, that's possible.
I mean, they've been doing, like, Ara and Age of Mythology, it came out back to back. I think they kind of have been a little fearless when it comes to just putting out their games and content.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different though, because Ara is only on PC. And Age is available on PC and console, so I think that's a little different, slightly.
True.
A little bit.
Yeah, that. I mean, let's take a second, right, and realize how sad right now the ponies who are watching this must be hearing us have a conversation about games and where they're going to launch, because we have too many games. It's like, you put it here, you put it there, can you imagine the tears that are going down? Like, how fast
can tears drop? Like, that is
seriously.
I feel like they broke new records.
Like, it's just like a constant,
especially after their show last night. It's like, damn.
I feel like right now they're down. They down bad right now.
Yeah.
Listening to this conversation, you know what I'm saying? Just the fact that they're saying to themselves, like, why don't we have any games? How come these freaking Xbox people get to have conversations about which game is going to drop when? Meanwhile, they're sitting over there just staring off to a black abyss. Nothing in their future. It's sad times. It's sad times. That being said,
no pathway. Sir Riffs-a-Lot says, why not? Halo, Gears, Call of Duty at launch would be killer.
I mean, it would be a monster.
It would be insane. It would be insane.
Like, how do you market that outside of, like, look at all the amazing shit we got, as opposed to, like, hey, I want a whole bunch of people to join because of Halo. I want a whole bunch of people because of Gears.
Listen, but you needed to have the games for the console. You launched a freaking new console. You had to have the games. That's just what happened back in the day, right? So why do they have to change? Why do things have to change? I play both Age of Mythology and Ara History Untold, so I'm still playing Ara. I can't quit the damn game.
I think Grand Theft Auto makes it tough. I just think that game makes it tough.
Well, that's if it gets pushed, though.
Yeah,
because they're still saying that it's coming out this year.
I don't think it's coming out this year, but still.
I mean, they doubled down on it, but that also could just be for their, stockholders and shit like that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like depending.
What a way to fight back, though.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
For sure. I just feel
That'd
like
be insane.
I feel like Grand Theft will be a waste to drop on the next gen platform, because if it drops there because it's delayed, then it's not going to really push. Like, I feel like what Grand Theft Auto has done is they typically drop the year before the next console.
Yeah.
Right. So they dropped in 2013, and then 2014. What do we get? Update. Right. We got a next gen patch. Gave us first person. People forget that there was a time when Grand Theft Auto did not have a first person mode. That came in 2014 with the next gen releases. So I think that they I feel like I'd rather them launch this year, have a year to launch an update with the next gen console. You know what I'm saying? That would be more exciting to give me that update, give me a reason to go back to Grand Theft, like
I agree.
that would
especially since they don't drop it on PC till a year later, right? So kind of like
Facts.
now available on PC, and not just PC, but like all the consoles will be upgraded.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of like a breaking news with a Jason Ronald interview that dropped. So once we finish talking about this, we'll talk about that interview. But again, this is all hype for the future of Xbox.
Agreed.
While we have an amazing present, right? Like that's the thing that has changed dramatically. That I think the Ponies always knew it was coming, but they kept harping on the fact that it wasn't here, right? Like we saw all the trailers. We knew these games were coming. We were amped for these games, right? And while we waited, we kept hearing, the Ponies mock the fact that, oh yeah, another year, of course, another year. This is going to be the year. That's right, another year. And it's like, we had that all the way up to, the year of Redfall and Starfield, right? They got delayed. That year didn't have big IP, even though Xbox did release high quality games that year. They weren't the big Redfall and Starfield. And then the following year, we got Redfall and Starfield, but that still didn't give us the onslaught of huge games. We had those two big games and then smaller stuff surrounding it. And then we had the year of Hellblade, which just passed, which had amazing, Hellblade that started the year. I mean, the start of the year is in May. Power World started the year, but as far as first party, you kind of had a first party first half that was essentially Hellblade, and then it wasn't really to the back half of the year that we had and again, just talking strictly first party. But the back half of the year we had this onslaught, right? Like that was the beginning, right? So the back half of 2024 is where this all started, and we're rolling right into 2025, keeping that same momentum, right? Going into Avowed. We don't know if, we should be hearing soon about the direct. We don't know if we're going to get a January drop of some type of game that's coming out, but we know for sure February. We already have rumors that South of Midnight is in April, May. We already have rumors that, May, June is going to be Doom, the Dark Ages, right? There's so much. And then obviously we know Outer Worlds and Fable are coming after that. So it's that time is over for us. There's no more waiting for this golden era to actually be able to enjoy, these games we've been waiting for. We have them all, and we get the excitement of the future, right? That's the combo that we have, where PlayStation right now has their Ponies in the exact opposite situation. They have nothing to play right now and be excited for right now, and they have no future to be excited for. So it's like they're in the exact opposite scenario that we're in. It's beautiful.
And listen, they can't see a future. There's not a future, and there may never be a future for PlayStation.
Agreed. So okay, so as far as this part is concerned, that we spoke about here, Fuzzy, what do you think about, it not being true versus being true and everything else that Jez said over here?
I like that Jez breaks some stories sometimes, but there have been times where others have, found stuff out either before him or otherwise, and he'll be like, "Oh, it's not true," and then he'll be like, "Oh, I retract that," and we'll see. I think there is a console in the works. I think it makes sense for Activision or for Infinity Ward to have what they would be working on as far as the next gen console. especially considering they didn't do a mid-gen refresh. Like, we saw the court documents that they were looking at certain things, and like Phil had to come out later and explain, oh, things can change. The mid-gen is no longer a consideration, and that left the door open for them talking about, moving towards the next generation console. And then with Sarah Bond talking about it's going to be the biggest technical leap, we know that they're working on something. They wouldn't mention something if their engineers like Jason Ronald wasn't working on something, or at least in the early phases of working on something. But I think they're much further along than that, because typically in this hardware business, when they release a console, they're already halfway into the R&D for the next one. So
yeah,
I would have to believe that, Infinity Ward probably already had this, and now their focus is how much more of an uplift this is going to be over the series consoles, because they got to make sure it runs on the series consoles, just like Infinity Ward has to make sure, at least not necessarily for the current title that they're working on, but like all the previous ones had to work on Xbox One and PS4. So if this next console is going to be the cutoff for the PS4 and the Xbox One, they're going to make sure that this next console is going to, wow people to do that upgrade, to, get them out of their comfort zone. I mean, if Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't do that, Call of Duty sure as heck will. And I think that there's too much smoke just by all of the things, like you said, the leaked emails, the conversations, or the business update where things like that were mentioned. So it's like something's there, something that they're working on. They're now first party, so they got to tweak this as best they can to make it look best on their home platform. I mean, it has to run on the other platforms, but they want to make sure it looks best on their platform, especially if it's going to be for a launch title. So I think there's something there. I think whoever Jez is talking to may not have clued him in just yet, or maybe it is that much of a secret, because remember, PlayStation had joked about, well, we're not going to give them the next console. If they take over Activision, we would have to withhold our console so they don't have internal secret. Like, no, you're not going to do that, Sony, because you'd be, shooting yourself in your own foot kind of deal. But we know these things they tend to be very secretive. So they're probably, at least on the Microsoft, executive end of things, they're probably trying to figure out who's the mole. Because remember, there used to be a lot more leaks from Xbox, and they've tightened up their ship as far as stuff. Now, the stuff that does leak tends to be stuff that they want to leak or make it appear like it's a leak. But it used to be before, like you would have like exact dates and documents and what Phil ate for lunch kind of stuff in the past. And now it's more like, hey, there's a code name for this game and that game. But it almost seems like, hey, that's like to get people excited about what's next for this showcase, or what, like, we just got a game and they're already talking about, 2 new projects by this team, or Machine Games has a second team spun up so they can do Indiana Jones and Wolfenstein. Like the leaks that happen now are like intentional. And I don't think this was an intentional one, because I still think they want to catch Sony off guard, where the launch lineup and it's kind of hard for them to kind of space things out. Cause I don't know if you, like, normally you wouldn't have a Gears and a Halo launch the same year. Like, you'd want to put one maybe as the launch title and then one as the follow-up, but they got so many things in the pipeline. Like they probably could turn around and do another Gears game shortly after. So it's like, you know what? It's ready. Go ahead and release it. Show all the bells and whistles. So that way, if there's Gears fans out there that may not be Halo fans, because some people lean more Gears than Halo, they'll pick up the console. And then for those that lean more Halo than Gears, they'll pick up the console, and they'll have something.
It would be a slam.
So
big splash.
Yeah, I think there's a lot. Well, there's too much smoke for this to be a nothing burger kind of thing. I think. I'm curious to see what this Jason Ronald interview is going to be, but I think there's too much in the works for this to be made up or false, or they've probably kept some secrets from Jez in the past, and I think this might have been one that got a little bit of a leak early, and then he'll find out like next week that, oh yeah, they've been, tweaking that new hardware for the past 2 years as far as getting the next Call of Duty ready for launch in 26. Oh, by the way, also Halo and E-Day are going to be there too. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of excitement around this, and again, I'm really, excited by the idea that we are approaching what I honestly feel is going to be the first big transformation of gaming as far as what we're actually playing. With the way AI is going to be able to be a part of the world, with conversations being, different, like being things that we never thought that they would do, and having AI actually react. Like open world games, I think are going to be mind blowing. Games where you have conversations that are supposed to be, your stories are going to be, take it to the next level. Like imagine, it's not just the decisions you made to go left or right or to kill or die, but choices that you made because you spoke it and it heard it and it talked back to you, or there's so many variations of this stuff out there, man. Like we're going into an amazing time, and I love the fact that Xbox is leading the way, right? They're leading the way. All the excitement in gaming is surrounding Xbox, just what it is. So, and as far as like this leak, honestly, I still think that because, this guy's getting his leak from Call of Duty. He's a known Call of Duty leaker. This is an ABK leak from a studio that is working on the next gen version of a game that's going to launch alongside the next gen console. For me, that it makes sense why that Jez wouldn't know it. That being said, shout out to Razor Ultron for going out and letting me know. I did not know about this Jason Ronald interview. So I do want to get into that ASAP. So I do have it here. So let's go ahead and bring it up. And right here. So Tom Warren put a post out that says Microsoft says it's combining the best of Xbox and Windows together for handheld gaming PCs. Xbox VP of Next Gen, Jason Ronald, says Microsoft will put Xbox at the center, not the Windows desktop that you have today. Full details below. Oh my God, that gets me so excited. The idea that I could just have a PC and own a PC and say my primary purpose of owning this PC, which I'm just going to assume if they could do it on a handheld, I could probably put it on the PC, is to run games first. And then let me choose to back out and go into like a Windows environment if I have other things that I want to get done. I love that idea, but let's see what they actually say. So I have not read this. This is all brand new to me. So we're going to read it and go through it together.
Let's go.
Together. Microsoft is combining the best of Xbox and Windows together for handhelds. Microsoft VP of Next Generation says changes are coming this year, by Tom Warren and Sean Hollister. All right. Let me see if I could minimize this a little bit so we can see a little more. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, did I miss anything? No, good. Xbox chief Phil Spencer has been dropping hints about an Xbox handheld for months. But what about Windows handheld gaming PCs? Jason Ronald, Microsoft VP of Next Generation, tells The Verge that we should expect to see the Windows handheld gaming experience change within this calendar year. Okay. And all right. So before I even move forward, because I do want to get going with the rest of it, just to make this clear, that is wildly exciting because, again, the idea that they're going to basically give you an Xbox in your hand, regardless of the device, right, means that we don't have to wait for said device to come straight from Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Like Xbox might eventually make like a reference handheld, like the handheld, just like Nvidia makes a reference GeForce, 580, 590, 5090, 5080. But a bunch of other companies make their own version of it. They're doing it the opposite.
Yeah.
So they're going to let the market create these handhelds that are Xbox handhelds, but then at some point they'll make their own. That's dope. I don't want to wait, and I'm glad that that's the case. So Ronald was a roundtable panelist this evening at an AMD and Lenovo event titled "The Future of Gaming Handhelds." I need to go watch that, which was mostly a coming out party for Lenovo's new Legion Go S. But he did hint on stage that Microsoft plans to bring the Xbox experience to Windows PCs rather than the other way around. Ooh. And expanded on that considerably after we caught up with him later. Okay. Said, we've been really innovating for a long time in the console space. And as we partner across the industry, it's really about how do we bring those innovations that we've incubated and developed in the console space and bring them to PC and bring them to the handheld gaming space. Beautiful. You saw that? Both places. Not just handheld, but bring them to PC. Love it. Thank you. After we caught up with him after the event, he confirmed that Microsoft is looking at combining Xbox and Windows experiences together.
Let's go.
And that we should see changes this very year rather than needing to wait for an Xbox handheld that might still be years away. Love it. I would say it's bringing the best of Xbox and Windows together because we have spent the last 20 years building a world-class operating system, but it's really locked to the console, says Ronald. What we're doing is we're really focused on how do we bring those experiences for both players and developers to the broader Windows ecosystem. Right now, Windows sucks on handhelds, to put it rather bluntly, to the point that a community-created fork of Valve's Steam OS experience can be a far better way to pick up and play games. Ronald is clearly aware of the issues. We're focused on really simplifying that and making it much more like a console experience. Our goal is to put the player and their library at the center of the experience and not all the Windows work that you have to do today. Microsoft has done compact modes for Xbox apps on Windows that are focused on improving the handheld experience, but it's a lot like putting lipstick on a pig instead of addressing the core experience. I think we'll have a lot more to share later this year, teases Ronald. I think it's going to be a journey, and I think you'll see a lot of investments over time that you're starting to see already, but we'll have a lot more to share later this year. How Microsoft goes about this merging of Xbox and Windows will be key, but it doesn't sound like the company is suddenly going to port a custom Xbox operating system to Windows. It sounds more like Microsoft wants to make Windows all up better at gaming with an Xbox experience on top, so the pesky desktop notifications and legacy of Windows is hidden away. I think
so. They want to bring Xbox to the PC experience, yeah,
which is what I've wanted for like
I know ever. You've been asking for that for like ever.
I just want to turn on the PC and it literally turns on like my Xbox. You know what I'm saying? And like I just have my custom Xbox that I have. Like that's fire. I think at the end of the day, our goal is to make Windows great for gaming on any device, says Ronald. The reality is the Xbox operating system is built on top of Windows. So there's a lot of infrastructure that we built in the console space that we can bring to the PC space and really deliver that premium gaming experience on any device. Specifically, Microsoft has to tackle a lot of the very basics of making Windows more friendly to controllers and getting that Xbox experience to really drive things instead of the taskbar, start menu, and other elements. There's just certain things in Windows that were not designed for if you don't have a keyboard and mouse, like thumbstick support or joypads and stuff like that. Ronald admits. There's fundamental interaction models that we're working on to make sure that regardless of the operating system details, it feels very natively like a gaming-centric device and a gaming centric experience. Ronald says the goal is to put an Xbox experience at the center, not the Windows desktop that you have today. Music to my ears. So this honestly is phenomenal. The fact that we are getting this year, right? This year, not waiting years like the Xbox handheld that, they claim to be making. Maybe that's the whole point of this. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't need to break it up. Maybe they could do a Xbox that's like a founder's edition, like it's the main Xbox that you use, but like the handhelds and all that other stuff are going to be based off of, what the market has available, right? Low end, high end, whatever they want, as long as it ties in to what they're doing. I mean, I'm very excited for this. Like
it's absolutely exciting. Talk about doubling down on this is an Xbox and this is an Xbox, right? They want to go ahead and bring that Xbox experience. That's going to be freaking, like I said before, you've been asking for this for quite a bit. So this is exciting. This is exciting. Agreed. For sure.
I want to bring this up real quick before I get anybody else on this. Cullen Prime, what's up, man? Thanks for being here. Says everyone else is going to have a huge foothold in the handheld market if an Xbox handheld is still years away. So this is the thing that I think, I don't know if it's just like legacy thoughts and feelings, of the way things were, of the yesteryear. But, obviously in this conversation, this is literally Xbox saying we're turning a PC or a handheld into an Xbox, right? You're going to be joining your handheld session as you would an Xbox session, right? It's going to look, feel, run as if it's an Xbox. So the fact of whether Xbox themselves creates a handle, they could never create a handheld. Frankly,
they could never, and
it wouldn't even be necessary.
It's something that it kind of has gone back and forth. Like Phil has said, this is not something we're necessarily doing right now, but I do know what it would be like, right? Like what's missing here and there. This would be an amazing opportunity to see how people receive it, like an Xbox on a handheld, right? It's just kind of see what's missing, what people may have an issue with. It will be an amazing way to really, I've talked about it before, perfect the way that they deliver a handheld, because there is so much competition out there and is, the Xbox name on it. So this would be a great way to hear a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I mean, and again, kind of like if we're just kind of looking at it, like frankly, like again, the idea is if you're going into your handheld and you're running in the Xbox ecosystem, I know they would go ahead and have like if they made their own their own handheld, that it would be very specifically geared towards Xbox only. But if you look at what just got announced for the Legion Go, this very event that he's at, Legion is making a Steam OS handheld that's foregoing Windows and is going to tune directly in to the Steam ecosystem. So there's nothing stopping Xbox having that their Xbox OS that is now able to be run, and people being able to turn on their handhelds and plug right into the Xbox ecosystem and get access to all the games they have on Xbox and any of that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, all of these consoles, I mean, this is really just like PC at this point, right? Remember, these handhelds have been around for a long time, but they were niche, right? Mm-hmm. Like they were very expensive. And, frankly, Steam Deck was the one that changed the game, right? Yes. They came in, forced a hand, and came in very cheap, very low price for their first model. And that basically forced this whole thing. I mean, we have to give obviously credit to Switch for bringing back the idea of a handheld that played your real games, right? Like they made it mainstream, right? So, you know, thanks to them, it kind of got everybody else into the idea of doing it, right? So the Steam OS came out, and that's now being used. Basically, it's a Steam Deck, but by third parties, right? So Steam went ahead, made their reference system, made their reference handheld, and then now other people are going to make it. And frankly, Steam doesn't give a shit whether people buy theirs or if they buy the other place, right? Because they're all plugging into the same ecosystem, right? Yep. It's the Steam ecosystem. And we're going to find that same thing with Xbox as Xbox develops this. And it's clear what they want to accomplish here, which, and I mean, they will accomplish it. I mean, this is not like some magical shit that they can't figure out. It's all about just doing it the way that it works best for them. But they're going to do that. And if they can make it easy for somebody to go ahead and make their, a handheld that plugs right into the Xbox store, and let you play your games there, let you play your Game Pass and download all your games, do everything you want. I mean, that's still going to be a W no matter what.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So
another way for people to go ahead and spend money, and I think it's a big advantage, especially like this is not going to make the process move any faster, right? So if the Xbox handheld is a year, 2 years, 3 years away, skipping this is not going to go ahead and make that move any faster than it will. So I just think this is all adding to it.
I agree. What do you guys think? You heard the interview.
I think this is probably one of the best things that could happen just for the Xbox brand. They want everything to be an Xbox. They want you to enjoy Xbox on any device, but you don't have a seamless experience across the devices at the moment. And the moment that they can kind of give us that, then every device really is an Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hopeful that this comes to the Asus ROGs and the Lenovo Legions and everything else, Logitech G Cloud, all those handhelds that are coming out in the near term or that are already out, and that we really get that seamless experience, because then that makes me even more of a PC gamer. That makes me even more of a handheld gamer if I know that I'm gonna get the same experience that I get on my console with quick reset and all these other things. If I know I can get that same experience on my PC or on my handheld, that just makes it that much easier for me to just jump between those devices.
It's true, absolutely. And CMoney, I don't know if you recall, we were having a conversation. I don't know if it was someone in the chat that was expressing how intimidating it could be, the idea of jumping and playing games on PC. I feel like to go ahead and kind of have this out there, and it will just make it a lot more seamless. Obviously, that whole idea, like you said, Farrell, that they're promoting, it just accentuates on that. But again, like players that may feel like PC is not for them, this would be a way for them to go ahead and get in there.
Real quick, I can't believe I didn't see this shit. Holy hell.
Dan.
My boy, Dan Lazaro. Sorry, man. We've been so caught up in this conversation, I didn't even notice the thing pop. Dan, with that $2 super chat, man. I appreciate you. Homie says, Jez entertains on X, but not on his podcast.
Oh,
damn.
Damn.
Shit. Yeah, I mean, we do know that he's more article based. Like if he says what he says, on X and on his podcast, but if he didn't write it in an article, it's just kind of just thoughts. So it's not like official. Like if he really didn't think that there was anything to this, he would have written an article. Maybe he did. I don't know. But yeah, I feel you. It's a different scenario depending on where he is. But yeah, I mean, look, for me, like, I feel like, I don't know. I think when I look at this, I think the Xbox already exists, right? Like that's Microsoft's thing that they made. They have their Xbox. Everything else they're doing when it comes to the handheld, when it comes to their work on PC, that's just giving more option, right? And like I see Scott the Gamer you're talking about like Microsoft Pass with Windows and what they've done with it, and that's all fine and true, right? But you got to remember, like, this is a different world that we live in now. You know what I'm saying? Like, Xbox is not the little Lone Ranger anymore. Microsoft is backing Xbox. And like gaming to Microsoft is not like a pet project anymore. It's literally a pillar, right? It literally
they've invested so much.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they're very confident about Windows. The future of gaming for sure.
Absolutely. So it's a very different beast that we're in now. And if Phil, looks at this and says, listen, this is what I want, and clearly, like, understand, Satya, everybody's in this. This is not like an isolated silo where they're just a little bubble of a group of people talking. They 100% are saying they're all their ad campaigns. This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. They're pushing this shit hard. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to make it happen, right? So like I think I don't think this is a matter of if they're gonna hit it. It's just when. And honestly, I find it like brilliant of them to do partner work while they sort out their own shit in the back end, right? Like, as much as Steam Deck is dope, right? And that it works, that it runs the OS and is great, right? It's been a few years, but this is the first time a third party is going to do it now. And there's been a bunch of handhelds using Windows, having access to Xbox games, having access to the Xbox Store, having access to Game Pass. Is it cumbersome? Way more than the Steam's, OS? Yeah, sure. But it's not like it hasn't done it. You know what I'm saying? And I think, honestly, I think maybe we need to stop worrying about Microsoft and Xbox's position in this, because to them, they don't care.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got to remember, as much as it sounds like whatever, if it's a Windows PC, if it's a Windows handheld, every time one of those things are done, they're getting theirs, right? They're making their cash. They sell that license every fucking time. It's theirs, no matter what, no matter how you cut it. All right, it's always theirs. They're always making their money on it. And if it's a Windows, handheld or Windows PC, chances are you'll go eventually to Game Pass or buy something from the Xbox Game Store, buy something from Blizzard. You got to remember they own that now. So the Blizzard.net or whatever, that Battle.net, I'm sorry. They have their hands out, further now, right? So, I think they'll get to it when they get to it. And, if it's soon, great. If it's 2 years from now, great. If it's 3 years from now, it is what it is. We also don't want them to rush out a shit product.
Exactly.
Right. We don't want them to put their name on something that's trash. Right. I think, honestly, I think for a lot of this stuff, it's going to come up to 2026. I think 2026, we're going to see it. But you could already hear what he's saying. This year, we're going to see that new Xbox OS that's put on these Windows platforms, right? Whether it's on the PC or whether it's on the handheld. Like, this is what is happening now. Like, they're working on it now. He already gave us a timeline. So he's saying, in lieu of us producing our very own handheld right now, we're going to work on the software so that every handheld that's produced is going to be able to natively run out the box with this or update the system and turn it into this, right? And, that's a huge thing, man. That's a huge thing. So now, Farrell, did you get your bars off on this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so Fuzzy didn't, right?
No, not yet.
Okay. Anything that you wanted to add, Farrell, before we get Fuzzy on this? Was that a no? Negatory?
Yeah, I didn't have anything else to add to it.
Okay. Fuzzy, what is your take on all this, man? What do you feel?
This is Microsoft's shortcut. Go ahead and put the software on existing handhelds. If your handheld is, a bit down the road, this is the best way to get on-hand feedback based on the software you're more than likely focusing on or targeting for your hardware. You can put that in the user's hands and be able to, by the time it comes out, tweak it so it is the best experience of all the handhelds. Like, I think this is even though Xbox and Microsoft work well with Steam these days, I know Gabe left Microsoft years ago and it wasn't on the best of terms, but him and Phil are pretty close as far as communication and on a friendly basis. And that also led to rumors, maybe they consider acquiring Valve at some point if Gabe ever decides to retire fully. But I think this is, I wouldn't say it's a shot across the bow with the Steam OS being on handhelds, but they see what Steam is doing and they want to make sure that they're not left out of this party. They don't want Steam to gain any further than what they already have in the PC space, or at least in the PC handheld space, because outside of the Steam Deck, they were the only option. And now that those other options are looking at Steam, to be an alternative on their device natively, they got to put their better foot forward, and they're going to go ahead and make a more focused software package for these handhelds. And I think us as users, the whole Xbox, this is an Xbox, this is like the perfect lead up to it. So if you already have a Steam Deck, let's say you're not the biggest fan of Steam OS, or maybe you want to just make it your portable Xbox, this will probably be the way you can go, along with the Legion Goes out there or the ROG Allies out there. Instead of just using the normal box Windows, you can use maybe it's called Windows X or whatever, or maybe it's just Xbox OS in general, and that's what you'll be loading as the primary function on whenever you start up that handheld. And then if you really need to get in there and do like a driver update that didn't automatically do it itself, because once again, this is going to be more of a console experience. So it's to take a lot of that guesswork and extra, updates and upgrades and things. Like, we don't have to really focus on updates on our console. So this software is more than likely going to do that same thing for these handhelds, where you're not thinking about the Bluetooth update or thinking about, some sort of virus protection on the firewall and blah, blah, blah type of stuff. It'll all work in the background while you're not gaming, and they'll probably look at the times you game and then make sure that the updates are not during those times. And this is the next progressive step. Like I like we were talking about the Xbox Prime earlier. I think that's where the line between console and PC gets blurred even further. And this is like that leading up step type of thing. So now the key question I have for them is, when you do put this Xbox OS on your handheld, whether it's a ROG Ally or an MSI Claw or whatever the case may be, they need to figure out, or the one thing I would like for them to figure out, is how you can play your digital console games, because some games are not play anywhere. So like, let's say, for example, I bought Mad Max on console. I bought it on disc and then I bought it digitally. If I could find a way to play that on my handheld without having to rebuy it in the PC store, it would be awesome. And I think that's the one thing that I hope in the process of all this that they're able to pull off. Because I know third parties right now are really against additional licenses without additional pay kind of thing. But I think if it's a device that's able to play all of those games and Xbox is the platform, they're not losing either way, because I already bought the game and you're not likely to get more money out of me for that older game I already own a second time just because I need the PC version on what is essentially a portable console. So if they get that figured out, to make it so those third parties are on board with Play Anywhere, because more and more of them are joining that. Like Square is on board, Sega's on board, and there's many others that are on board with it. But there's the handful, like your Take-Twos of the world, that are not. So that's the next big step. But this is huge in the sense of being able to play your games on the go with a device you may have already purchased, instead of having to worry about, oh, I need to get the latest ROG Ally that's like 700 and some odd bucks. The one you bought a couple of years ago or a year ago, or maybe a couple of months ago, will be able to do this when they release that software. So that's huge. That automatically gives them a bigger footprint as far as this is an Xbox out there. More devices.
Absolutely.
And more devices means, people are more likely to play continuously. Like they'll go from their console and then take the handheld to, the family reunion, or maybe they take it to the dealership when they get their oil change or something. They can sit up in the service department and pick up the game where they left off, type of deal. At least that's what I usually do. So I'm looking forward to it. I wish they would have done this a little bit sooner. But I know somebody may mention in the chat, they don't want to, be the last ones to the party. I mean, the Switch 2 is right around the corner. A Steam Deck 2 is probably not too far down the road. But in the meantime, if you could put this all OS on existing hardware, or who knows, maybe you'll be able to dual boot a Switch 2 to be able to run it. I know that's a little far-fetched, but we'll see how Nintendo and Xbox get along, and they have a pretty decent working relationship. Maybe that's even a potential thing. So if I get a Switch 2 and it's able to do DLSS on the third-party stuff and the Nintendo stuff, but I can also play my Xbox games on it as well, because I just put it in X mode or whatever, because I have the Xbox OS running in the background.
That'll be fucking wild.
Yeah, that would be
wild.
That would be genius. Actually, this is the thing. And Fussy, you're right.
Out PlayStation for sure.
You go out. You if your kids are doing something and you're waiting for them, you go ahead and you want your handheld, right? And we had a conversation about what is Xbox going to do, because we talked about the console coming out in 2026, and we were talking about a handheld, and it was kind of like the Switch 2 is coming out in 2025. Are they going to go ahead and maybe release a handheld then? This would be kind of like, instead of just letting Nintendo have, a clean run, it's kind of, this is also a way for them to stay in the mix. The idea of them going ahead and having this type of relationship with Nintendo would also be great. Probably for both ends. And, a bag can change a lot of minds, so you just never know. Never say never when it comes to that stuff, when you're talking about a company that has so much money.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just popped in my head, but I think that the Xbox OS kind of getting on to every Windows handheld is great for the future of the Xbox handheld, because it basically turns every one of those devices into a beta device, to where they can kind of play around and tool with it and get the features that they want just right for when they release their own.
Yeah. Definitely.
Agreed. The Buster, what's up? Thank you for being here. He sent us, I saw it not too long ago, but he sent us the information about the interview.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I didn't see that. So I apologize.
I saw it after you mentioned it, so I thought that's
he
posted
a lot of stuff. I didn't see it, man. But thank you. Appreciate you, bro. I guess Paris reacted to it too. Same thing. This whole idea of the Xbox OS that could turn any PC or Xbox or handheld device into an Xbox. I mean, that's fire.
Yeah.
Right?
That's fire. Yeah. I mean, the idea for me is just too good. Like this is literally everything that I would want. You know what I'm saying? Like for me,
I mean, we've had so many conversations about you being able to maybe have a custom made handheld where you can kind of build it kind of like a PC, right? And then everybody kind of gets what they want and spend what they want to spend on it. So there's just so much that they can that they can do. So I do think that this would be amazing for feedback.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm really excited for this. Listen, ever since we could, and ever since it made sense, PCs and these handhelds now, they're part of the Xbox ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? Even the Steam OS, right? The Steam operating system, Steam has every new Xbox game, right? It all comes out. If you want to play your games there, you can do that. I just love the idea of being able to say, okay, like, I feel like I want to upgrade my Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me do that, right?
Exactly.
And giving me an operating system that functions like an Xbox when I turn on my PC, like that's what I want. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to be able to just rock with, turn on the PC. I'm into my Xbox fucking dashboard and I'm just choosing my games, playing my games how I want. I press over to Steam and get those games. I press over here, like figure that all out. I mean, that's probably why they're taking longer, because they're going to try to merge everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't want it only in that ecosystem. They know that you're going to want to leave the Xbox operating system to go play your Steam games on the Windows handheld, right?
They have to figure out how to make that nice and seamless.
So they have to figure out how to do that. And obviously with Steam OS, how can you be able to, launch into an Xbox OS and then seamlessly transition to, a Steam store that works perfectly, right? Like there's a lot of things for them to consider that maybe others won't have to consider. But I think it's a big deal. I think this is very exciting for gamers. Again, like I said, I'm sorry for all the ponies who had to watch this and see people who are excited for a gaming future and a gaming present. It's kind of weird for you guys, I know. So I apologize. I don't actually. I find it very funny that you're still watching. You know what I'm saying? And you'll comment about it.
It's wild.
But
listen, for all the doubters though, like this is the thing. This just shows you that they're always working on something. They're always thinking about everything. Xbox is always trying to figure out how to move forward. So no matter what kind of mess is out there and the narrative that people love to put out there, or they should be doing this or they should be doing that, I feel like they're doing very well at covering a lot. So the questioning and the doubting need to like scale back. When you see things like this, it's just flat out proof that they're just focused and kind of trying to cross all their T's and dot all their I's.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Things don't just magically happen though.
Facts. Agreed. 100%. All right. Anybody else have anything to say about this handheld, the next gen of Xbox, where they're going with it? Anything else you guys got before we wrap up?
Just looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Facts. Agreed. 100%. And with that, y'all, we're going to go ahead and wrap this bitch up. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with us, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for spending your night with us. So thank you. Of course, got to shout out our homies who are here live with us right there, Mr. Pharaoh Bazard and Fuzzy. I realized that I never turned this thing back on. So
better late than never.
I did all that stuff and never turned it back on. Well, let me shout out our homies. Go ahead.
I know what happened because you got so excited that you got your sound to finally work.
Oh man, that's wild. I do want to shout out our elite members. That's right. We got our homie Big Boy Mike and Dark Angelic. And of course, our inner circle members, our highest level. We have the homie Big Mix Gaming and Culture the Canuck.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you guys so very much. We also want to shout out everyone who was first, second, and third. That's right. It was IRL 2.
Yes. You didn't write them down.
I didn't write them down. It was IRL 2.
Anthony Sanchez.
Anthony Sanchez was number 3.
Shoot.
Come on. Somebody remember. Who's number 2?
Number 3.
No, I think number 3 was Anthony Sanchez. Why is the name escaping me?
Irel.
Who are you?
Anthony Sanchez.
Who are you? You don't remember?
Mm-mm.
I feel like an ass bitch.
I'm looking.
I know it was. God damn it! Nobody remembers the chat. Anybody? Come on, do the right thing.
He maybe says it wasn't E-Ranks.
It definitely was not E-Ranks. I remember that. Razor says I was number 2. I don't believe that.
No,
it was not. Let's see.
I feel horrible. Hold on.
I'm gonna make it. I'm going all the way back.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I believe I can get there. Oh man, I spent a lot of time in. Oh, here we go. Oh, Anthony Sanchez was number 2. Mr. Teddy Keys. Mr.
Yes.
Teddy Keys.
Oh my
Number
gosh.
3.
Thank you guys so much.
Yes,
Sorry
I got there
about
indeed.
that.
So shout out to you, homies. Appreciate y'all.
Because
the
from
homie
here
this
you
way
went
was
to,
the
I
first
tell
in the
you
chat.
who was not. And then you went to E-Ranks, who came in here claiming he was first.
Exactly. CMoney getting old.
Oh.
He says that's cold. All right.
But true.
I gotta tell you, even as a youth, my memory was not good. So joke's on you. Nothing has changed. You know what I'm saying? Nothing has changed. All right. But yes, I got right here.
How many games does PlayStation have?
0.
There
The
you go.
Buster says, hit the motherfucking likes. Please do.
Yes.
Hit the motherfucking likes on your way out.
Thank you, love. Share
Thank
the
you
link
all
if you can.
for
That'd be
rocking with us.
awesome.
We appreciate y'all. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody who super chatted. You guys are super dope. And of course, everybody who spent their time with us. We love y'all. Appreciate y'all. The homies. Proud Bazaar. My dude. Thank you for rocking with us, man. Tell everybody where you be. Where to find you.
Oh, you guys can find me Monday right here on YouTube, Vitamin G Podcast. We do shows every Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come, feel free to rock out with us.
Yes.
Absolutely. And the homie, Fuzzy Belvedere, who went ahead and made some time for us today because of the weather. Appreciate you, my dude. Thank you for being here. Tell everybody where to find you, man. What you have going on.
Thank you, Fuzzy.
Thank you for having me on. Greatly appreciate the invite and everything. And just shout out to the chat. Love interacting with you guys. Looking forward to everything that Xbox has to offer this year. But as I've been saying on other podcasts, clear that backlog because we ain't ready for what Xbox is going to drop for us this year. It's
Facts.
I wouldn't say it's going to be a bloodbath, but it's going to feel like one when we have game after game this entire year. But you can always find me on everything social media related except for Facebook. Just do a search for Fuzzy Belvedere. You'll be able to find me. And also, me and the wife are doing podcasts on Fridays at 6 p.m. For what do you call it? Fright Night with Ferocious Fee, basically talking about horror movies, and on occasion we'll talk about horror video games as well, but mainly doing the movie stuff. And looking forward to the horror cons. I think the next one we're going to is in March, so getting ready for the new season. And man, just it's awesome being on here with you guys. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Shout out to you. Appreciate you, man. And shout out to your wife for you two rocking on that show. That's dope. Starting the show together. We love that. And I'm glad it's been going so well, man. That's awesome. Keep going, man. That's super dope. All right. So, we'll be back. What's today? Tuesday? Remember, guys, we will not be back this Thursday. Our boy is officially turning 18, and we will be spending the day with our boy. So it's crazy. It's very difficult to understand how we've officially raised an adult, a youth to adulthood. That's wild in my mind. But it's happening Thursday. So we will not be here on Thursday, but we will be back Friday night for the night shift. Let's talk gaming. Me, Doodle, Hargeet, demo as normal. And then Saturday, I will be back with our members only stream that we do. And then Saturday night, was it 8, 9?
One or the other.
Somewhere around there. Doodle and I will be back for another members only show. It's her, him, and a mic. So we'll be doing that show. It's going to be a fun time. Come chill and have a good time with us, man.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Oh my gosh!
And
oh
then
my
Sunday
gosh!
morning,
Look at this!
no,
Look at this! What? Legal to drink?
18 is absolutely not.
Not in this country. Not in this country.
God damn it, Roger.
Do not run a liquor store.
Showtime Reezy says, will he be on sometime in the future? Miss seeing him. Matter of fact, one of our new members only shows is Anime and Beyond. He will be back the last Saturday of every month. We will be doing Anime Beyond at night.
Yes.
And he will be there. And, well, we'll see. But we might have some surprises when that show comes. We'll see how that goes. But yes, he'll be back on.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
So
it's gonna that'll be
we'll see.
We'll see. Deal. Members only.
Yeah, man.
That's
aside from that. Thank you guys.
About that.
Thank you guys so much for rocking out with us, man. We love you.
I didn't know you had turned 50.
That's what happens when CMoney turned 50. God damn it.
Wow.
I didn't turn 50. Why would you put that out there in these streets like that?
I didn't put that out there. Right? You're trying to let me know.
Listen, I ain't no goddamn 50. I'm a young buck.
Okay.
I'm a young buck. Scott the Gamer Dude, look at that. July. That's a good year. I mean, a good month. I'm in July too.
Good year.
Trey
okay.
is 44 today. Happy motherfucking
birthday.
Oh, congrats,
how did you not see that? How did I not see that?
Many more.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Also, I didn't even notice over here. He said, good luck to you two. I'm on my last one being 18. Let's just say good luck. God damn, bro. This is 1 of 6. We got 5 more of these motherfuckers to get to 18, bro. Oh my God. We'll be doing this. They're gonna be hearing this shit for a long time. Yeah, we got another one. Another 18. Oh Jesus. It's gonna be a good time.
You guys are like, how many times you guys say this? Oh my gosh. Look.
Happy 50th money. God damn it. That's fucked up.
Happy birthday, CMoney.
Look, Scott the Gamer Dude says, somehow I knew you were a Cancer. I am. Absolutely.
There you go.
God damn it, Buster.
Wow.
I must have forgot. You forget shit. Okay? I'm not fucking 50. I'm young. Just because I got an 18-year-old doesn't mean I'm old. Okay, just means me and Doodle were doing things when we were also young. Okay, that's all it means. Shit.
I love how you dragged me into it with the age thing.
Hey, I'm bringing you into the youth. Okay,
they're saying you're 50. I want to stay out of this conversation. I'm over here dodging and shit.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Gee, maybe. Today is my wife's birthday as well. Happy birthday.
That's awesome.
Oh, they're both Capricorns.
Tell her we say happy birthday.
Happy birthday to your lovely wife. That's
shit.
Awesome.
Trey Bone, is 50 your age or your height? That's fucked up.
Oh,
that's fucked up. That's 4 feet 2 inches, dog. That's 4 feet 2 inches. There's no way.
He meant centimeters.
Yeah. Wow. Yo, you don't know. You don't want to see the shit that they were doing to me on fucking in the Discord, bro. Oh shit. No pictures. Scott the Gamer Dude says, so you're 50 CMoney. I think you're doing something right with a 28-year-old.
Oh, thank you. Right? Thank you, Scott Gamer Dude. Let's go.
God damn it. Not 50. Don't put that narrative out there. That's the next time I hear.
Fucking Ponies.
Look at this fucking 50-year-old. Ponies. I'm not 50. I'm not 40, bitch. You get called pony by a young ass man. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
What happened now?
Oh.
Does Doodle have to reach the mustard package for you? No, because I hate mustard. Why you got? Listen, this sounds like we need to end the show before the abuse really starts piling on. So sweet that Doodle cares for a senior citizen. How did I go from 50 to a senior motherfucking citizen, bro? How does that even compute?
Hey.
God damn it. Yeah,
whoever makes those graphics is about to have CMoney with his AARP card.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Look,
That's
somebody
fucked
already said AARP before me.
God damn it. God damn it.
Oh my God, wait.
Oh my God.
I'm just
by any chance, did you see the thumbnail I sent to your Discord?
Oh my gosh, you guys are wilding.
I did not see.
50-year-old doors are rare. You didn't read that one, huh?
I wasn't expecting any of the abuse today. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying?
They're going in, somebody.
I don't wanna. I don't see.
Say I'll post it again.
Oh, Dark Angelic says him and Queen Witch are out.
Oh, that's awesome. They're so cute.
Oh, is it a direct message, bro? Oh shit, I didn't even see this. Oh, should I save this for Thursday? Dark Angela sent us something to give away.
Oh, that's awesome.
Should I save it for Thursday? I mean, for Friday?
For Friday.
For Friday night?
Right?
All right. I'll save it for Friday night. But I'm trying to find where you sent me something in Discord. I don't see shit, bro. No idea what you're specking on.
Wow, look
Oh,
at the help.
Bro.
Look at the help that's being offered here.
What, more abuse?
A little bit.
Oh my God, that mustard picture? That's fucked up. See?
Oh my
That's
gosh.
disgusting. That's like a nightmare. And olives, that's the
But it's coming out of his eyes. Wow.
When did it come out that I don't like mustard and olives? That was the worst decision that ever took place. How did that happen? I don't know. I thought I was amongst my peers, my friends, my people I could trust with the idea that mustard and olives are disgusting, but apparently well, you know what?
Wait
it doesn't
till we
even matter if I bring it up because nobody ever said I was fucking short, and apparently that just became a thing.
It really did. It really did. But I'm Point for Foodies is coming up, so they'll have a lot more to talk about.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do that show too. It's gonna be good, man. We got a lot of shows, man. We got a lot of shows that we're looking at.
Oh, why you make him feel bad?
Who?
He said, I thought it was funny.
No. It was funny. No. Scott, I'm just fucking with you, man.
CMoney sleeping on the couch and making you feel bad.
No. Scott, that shit was funny. I saw it. It's the pain that I feel, but it's still funny. You say I could laugh and be in pain at the same time. I know what you're so. It's all good.
We only give shit to the people we love. See?
Yeah, fam, absolutely.
Well,
Look at this nonsense. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we just was drinking a shit and like literally taking a shit and wanting to put it on their face. You know what I'm saying? There's two different scenarios. The buzzer says, "Oh my God, someone do AI CMoney chomping on mustard olive." No, thank you. Let's not. I shouldn't even have read that. Full Time Reezy says, "Does CMoney and Ray Ray have play dates?" You know it's offensive to someone who's actually short to be put in this conversation with a giant compared to them. What's wrong with you? It's not nice.
Oh my God.
It'd be like twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny what's his name? Not Danny DeVito. Is it Danny? Yeah, it is Danny DeVito, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
The little guy.
That's funny. That's funny. All right. We're having too much fun abusing.
I know.
So let's get rocking, guys. Thank y'all again so much for rocking out with us. Fuzzy, Pharaoh, you guys are the shit, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and end the show.
Oh, send it to me, Scott.
God damn it.
He said he made one of me.
Let me finish.
Oh, go ahead.
And now we're going to end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.